thing I will have to cut out into.
Welcome. That's okay. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us. You've tuned into the Theist Helpline. Today is July the 7th, 2024, and we appreciate you joining us. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. I'm Randolf Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada. I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, the national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is the premier atheist presuppositional apologist, Pope of Evidism, and, according to him, a really bad philosopher. TJump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. A noble effort indeed. If you want to find out more about us, you can visit our website at theisthelpline.com. And if you click on the About section, you'll find everything I just read alongside links to various resources such as YouTube channels, social media, and to learn more about the things that we're involved in. A special thank you goes to our sponsors, the Politics Discord, for bringing this wonderful audience to us and helping us by letting us host these stages here. We really greatly appreciate that. To get there, you go to discord.gg/politics. That'll get you directly into the Politics Discord. Also, for looking after the internet needs, the website and whatnot is contributed by our sponsor, Canadian Atheists, the organization I run. Thank you very much to everybody for joining us, and we look forward to hearing from our audience members. Amy and Taco, did you have anything you wanted to add? I do have a bit of news myself, but I'll wait for you to go first.
Just as always, I know that this is going to be the week that we get not only empirical data, but an argument that isn't from thousands of years ago. We're going to get it today, Randolph. We're going to be convinced.
I like your optimism. Being an optimist myself, it hits a special place at home for me. Taco, did you have anything new you wanted to add? I think you have some news about your YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't really going to say anything about that, but yeah, I did hit 1,000 subscribers yesterday, which is pretty cool. I put out quite a few videos over the last 3 months, and I think I'm starting to suffer from theistic brain rot because of it, but it's okay because we put out a bunch of great arguments. Now, we don't have anybody raising their hand yet, so if anybody wants to come up here and chat with us, feel free to raise your hand. We'd love to have a conversation with you here. If you think you can prove any ghosts, goblins, demons, supernatural, gods, goddesses, Bigfoot. We've got Ballian up first.
Now, Taco, I was just about to say there's one piece of news that I've got. Congratulations on your 1,000 subscribers. I'll just go through this really quickly. I recently received from the Prime Minister of Canada, which would be like a president from the American perspective, it's the top position here, has personally signed to me a copy of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is an important part of our Canadian Constitution. So I've got one that's personally signed to me from him. So this is like a wonderful honor. I'm just totally floored by this, and I just got it framed, so I'm planning to make a YouTube video about that in the very near future. I guess we should get on to our first guest, though, because their topics are obviously the most important for this show. And I see we've got Ballian. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please feel free to correct me. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Sure, yeah. What was the topic again, Taco?
It's the Theist Helpline. Feel free to present arguments for gods, goddesses, evidence for demons, whatever you've got, right? We're here for it.
Sure.
We're here to help you through this.
So I think when you look at, okay, so imagine like you're a human being dropped on Earth. It's like 3000 BC, and you're like trying to figure out why your wife is acting all crazy, right? Today we might say, we look in her brain, okay, she's got schizophrenia. Okay, she's seeing things. She's talking to the toaster. She's going off the deep end, right? Back then, it would be fully like it would be very like cogent to think, okay, well, this is actually some being or something has possessed her, right? Something has taken control of her. She's not herself. Something else must be doing this or could be doing this. We're going to call that a demon, right? So I think one form of demon is like just mental illness before it was understood as mental illness. I think another form of demon, though, is the type of demon that like thought patterns or ideological beliefs that possess people. You know, the old Jungian quote, I think it's Jung, people don't have ideas, ideas have people. Have you ever heard that quote?
Say that one more time.
The quote, please.
Yeah. People don't have ideas, ideas have people.
Huh, that's a new one to me.
So it's the idea that like people can be the unconscious avatars or puppets of ideas that they don't really understand. And so I think one potential example of this would be like the commissar in, Ukraine, shooting people in the head while proclaiming his belief in the communist utopia, despite doing everything possible to like make the worst world possible. Right? It's like he's possessed. These people, like, so there's a level of like we call it ideological possession, right? For a reason. And so I think that's something else that like people could have referred to as demons, because if you're looking at that phenomenon, when you're trying to imagine as an unscientific person what that could be, it falls into the realm of possibility that the person is being controlled by some other being, right? And I think that's actually a good way to think of the idea or ideological possession as like a demon. I think that's a good way to look at it. So I guess that's where I'll shut up.
Just ask you, is there any supernatural elements that you think are attached to an actual demon?
Just equivocation.
Do I think
Like,
it's supernatural?
Sounds like you're trying to explain a historical perspective, which we're not going to find much pushback here. I don't think we would name it that
Sure.
or label it that, but if you're saying that's what it could have been, sure. I guess what we're looking for ultimately is people who really do think that it is demons, because you might actually get us just agreeing with what you're saying.
I want
Or
to talk about the goat demon, right? Like where's the goat demon with the red eyes and the flames shooting out of its butt?
Well, I have no evidence for that, but I would agree that that's like a pretty, or I would think that's a pretty easy thing to disprove, given no one's ever brought, like, at least as far as I've seen, comprehensive evidence of that. You know?
do you agree?
Yeah. All right.
You say the same thing about your god or a god?
Well, in the same way that I think demon is like an anthropomorphization of some like behavior or effects, right? I would consider God to be a much more complex version of something like that, but I still wouldn't say that I know he doesn't exist, certainly, like as an actual being. I would just say that it's like the primary meaning to human beings is found in the type of description that I gave, not in like the supernatural existence.
So
If that makes sense.
What do you think your God is? You do think there's one, is that right? Or
I can't prove that he exists, so I don't go into like I don't make claims that I can't prove.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay, you believe, but would it be fair to say that you believe, but you don't know for certain he exists? I do have friends who are religious who do take this view.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't prove he exists, but I do believe it. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm curious then. Why is it that? Do you think it's important to believe in a God? Do you think people should believe in this?
Shane and Sumami and Yorakai.
Well, they at least have to believe in what's represented in the kind of description I gave before, in order to be. But I think a lot of atheists, like nominal atheists, do. Like when Dawkins came out and said he was a cultural Christian, I think he was kind of getting at the idea that like he believes in a lot of Christian principles, even if he doesn't believe in the literal supernatural being, and he also acts in the world as if those principles are true. And so I think that's the important bit. So I think you can be like a good person and not be a Christian. I think you can act out a lot of Christian principles without believing in a literal God. But you have to. But the principles are what's important.
Okay, so I think because somebody agrees with certain principles that a religion promotes, that to give credit to the religion as being exclusively the cause for that. And so that you can say the person is a Christian because they're or part of that religion because they extol those virtues is actually incorrect, because there are many good things people do that actually don't have anything to do with religion at all. Like I don't agree with what Dawkins is saying if that's what he actually said, because to me. I grew up without religion in my life. I've always been an atheist. I've never believed in any deities, and yet I certainly value these principles. Now, one of the virtues that people will say is a Christian virtue is the golden rule. And while I agree that is a very commonly promoted one, it's even in the Bible somewhere. So yeah, you can give credit to Christianity. I think it's actually a problematic one. I don't think it's as good as people say it is, which is why I've come up with an alternative to that. Instead of just saying, hey, it's not good and rejecting, I've taken it a step further, and I've come up with what I call the golden preference. So first of all, it's not a rule, so it's not authoritarian backed. So it's more like it's a preference. It's optional. It says to strive to treat others in accordance with their preferences. That is the golden preference, which is different than the golden rule that says treat others as you wish to be treated. So the golden rule focuses on the self to judge others, whereas the golden preference that I created focuses on the others to try to accommodate them, if you can. No, you may not be able to, and it recognizes that, which is why it starts with the word strive. So this, of course, is obviously not a Christian principle because it's not the same as the golden rule. There are other kind of things being promoted in Christianity that really aren't very good, such as always respect your parents, for example. It sounds good on the surface, but there are some problems with it if you are a young child growing up with abusive parents. And like, let's say they're physically abusive or even sexually abusive. Those parents should not be respected. They should be removed from having access to their children, in my view, and in the view of most of society. So things have changed over the years. So I do think this is kind of a nuanced view. But to say all the good stuff is only coming from Christianity and therefore you're a Christian, I disagree with that. And I would say the same goes for people who do bad things and say, okay, you're a Christian because now if they're doing that because they learned it from Christianity, then in that context and that nuance, that makes sense. I definitely am not. Dr. Jordan Peterson even talks about how atheists are all Christians and we just don't know it. I disagree with him on that because that doesn't make any sense. I've even offered to debate him on this topic, and no response. He's very busy, so I don't expect that I'm the center of his world or anything. But it is something I would definitely like to engage him on. But I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on this, Ballian. I've shot my bolt.
But
Sure.
I just want to add one last thing. Just Dawkins said he was a cultural Christian in that he likes the holidays and the hymns, and he would feel more comfortable. He was studying in a Christian culture in comparison to an Islamic culture. I think really our Christian cultures right now, quote unquote, are secularized, or they're really free from religion because of Enlightenment era values. But he's not saying that he believes in Christianity or he acts as if he any of the Christian mythos is true, just that he was raised in it and felt more comfortable in that type of...
Sorry, Ballian, just give me 1 sec here. Amy, thank you very much for that. I think it's an important clarification. I appreciate putting that in. I don't credit Christianity for Christmas. Christianity certainly has added influence to it and whatnot, but you don't see Santa Claus walking around with a cross hanging from his neck or anything like that. It's just not part of this. So you're right, the secular part is there. Christmas is a celebration that predates Christianity, as far as I know, and it comes from a lot of different cultures and different religions, a lot of different things that are brought together, and Christianity is only one of many contributors. But go ahead, Ballian. I appreciate you waiting.
Yeah, so I get okay, so I would agree that many principles that Christianity advocates for are not originally Christian, or like Christianity is the only religion or philosophy or ideology that like advocates those principles. I do think that it does have get to take the majority of the credit for the development of moral principles. I would say in like Western Europe, and the reason I think this is that when compared to the other religions that were available, pagan religions that had much more of a focus on the hero versus the savior. And like the focus on like the conquering hero versus the sacrificial savior, or the Roman, or like the Romans would also fall into that power morality versus sacrificial morality, that, or as Nietzsche calls it, slave morality, that he labeled Christianity as. So like there's some fundamental differences between the other religions that were in play, but even just looking at the importance of Christianity throughout European development, I do think that Christianity was a conduit through which our modern secularism emerged, because it focused, and this is all to say that I think that, so I agree that Christianity wasn't the only means by which these principles could be like learned or ascertained. But what I do think is that given the developmental history of Europe, Christianity does deserve a lot of credit for the current state, I guess, of our society. Now, Amy made the point that, we live in a secular society, or Randolph or Amy made the point that we live in a secular society that's good, that Dawkins likes primarily, or in spite of religion and due to its lack of religiosity. And in some ways that's correct, in some ways it's not. I would argue that, for instance, the presumption of innocence is based on a fundamental belief in human value, because we expend tremendous resources in order to make sure that we don't kill or throw away, an innocent person, right? And that took a long time to develop. Typically, it was like, well, did one person see you do it? Okay, well, you might have done it. Let's throw them in. There's plenty more of you where you came from, so let's throw you in the fucking ditch and let's cut your head off, right? So that whole reasoning as to why human beings are inherently valuable developed through Mesopotamia, and I think culminated in the story of Jesus Christ, in the Savior of the world being coming in the form of a carpenter, which is mythologically removes like human value from status, because before that you were only so basically what I'm saying is Christianity should get a lot of credit for developing these moral principles, and also like it's the origination for a lot of the moral principles that many secularists take for granted today, I guess is how I'll sum it up.
Back on some of that.
Go ahead, Amy. I've got a few things to say, but you go ahead.
Because if that were true, there wouldn't have been a Dark Ages. There wouldn't have been, when Christianity was at its strongest, morality was at its weakest. And so we seem that the destruction of theocracies, the weakening of religion, you seem to find people becoming more moral again when they give up these type of old, not only fables, but old laws. So like the murdering of the LGBTQ, the Christians will consistently point at the Muslims and will say, well, look, do we throw them off buildings? We don't. However, they have been for thousands of years. It's just because of what their holy text teaches. What happened is a weakening of that religion, a reinterpretation of it, and then people who almost will say the opposite. They're the people who will fight for the abolishment of slavery using the Bible, even though the Bible teaches that slavery is okay and you should be able to go around to the nations around you, and at least confirms that a slave should continue to be a good slave in the New Testament, even by, I believe it Jesus or Peter. And so, I don't know, it seems odd to think that this is where the morality came from, was when they were at their peak. We call it the Dark Ages.
There is also there is some credence, though, to what Ballian's saying about the influence factor, because in Europe, in particular, he mentioned that in Europe there is a lot of influence there. There are Catholics, I believe, who are, or at least Christians anyway, who have official positions in the government. They're all the other politicians are elected, but they get to be part of it, and that's always seemed odd to me. That's like preferential treatment for it. I don't consider the Catholic Church to be a pillar of moral value by any stretch of the imagination, given how badly they've handled all kinds of immoral problems, not just the issue with the child sexual abuse epidemic that that still seems to be ongoing with the clergy abusing young children, and but there's also been other things going on. Nuns have received abuse as well, and there's and the list goes on. There's a whole bunch of things that they are known for. They had some association with Adolf Hitler in the past. Like these, if the Christian values are supposed to be such great virtuous things that influence large groups of people, why is it that in the house of God, the Catholic Church, all these churches in the house of God, so to speak, that these horrific things are occurring? Why is it the church is aligning itself with some really horrible characters throughout history who were involved in genocide and things like that? You know, there's some serious problems. While you can look at the good things that come from it, it's important to not overlook the bad things as well. To maintain, I think, a healthy perspective is to understand what's happening on both directions on this.
Sure.
You mentioned that that secularism came from Christianity. I think more likely the case is that it came from individual Christians who were making effort to make society better. I do think that a lot of religious people are very well intended and very good people, and I'm really glad that they choose the good parts of their religion to emphasize and not the bad parts, and that's what they practice, because that does make the world a better place. Humanism was created originally by Christians. A lot of people don't realize that, and it later became very secular and very non-religious over time. Humanism doesn't seem to reject religious people, but a lot of the humanist groups, one of the complaints I have is that they tend to be kind of hostile to religious people, and there are a lot of humanism groups that aren't as well. So I'll just point out. This is down to people, though. This is not a philosophical or an ideological thing to do with humanism itself. Where the human rights come from that we have today is definitely not exclusively Christianity. Yes, Christians have contributed to that, but so have other people as well.
I agree.
Excuse me. And you can go back as far as like the Magna Carta to see where a lot of this began. The whole concept that everybody should be equal under the law, including those who are in power. So why should that only go up to the kings? Why should that only go up to the kings and queens and the other royals who run things? Why should it not go further and up to the deities as well? If your deity really is as fair and pure and caring and wonderful and virtuous and moral and ethical as many Christians claim it is and whatnot, then should we not say that the rules of how to treat people should be applied to, like, the equality of all the rules? Everyone's equal under these laws, being equal under God's law. Shouldn't that apply to the God as well? If it's truly fair and truly reasonable, and this God really does care, I'd put forward the idea that those laws should apply equally to him as well as to people.
And can I just add
Can I-
on one? Oh no, it's been a lot. So
I'll just quickly say, welcome, Planet Peterson. Taco's told me about you. I've been looking forward to talking with you. I just want, like, Ballian to be able to respond, because we've thrown a lot at him before, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I agree with most, I guess, of what you said. So I think Jesus made a statement in the New Testament. I think it was Jesus. He basically said, "Not everyone who cries, 'Lord, Lord,' will enter the kingdom of heaven." So what that's typically been interpreted to mean is that not all those who call themselves Christians or wear the moniker of Christians, or, for example, are members of the Catholic Church or priests in the Catholic Church or Pharisees, not all these people that make the outward statements that they are Christian will enter the kingdom of heaven. And so I think what that certainly serves to be as a warning against believing that, or against judging the religion necessarily by those that claim to follow it. I think certainly that means that you have to evaluate people's behavior and character as to whether they, actually are part of the religion. So, I don't think that, like, obviously pedophile, if you're actively engaging in pedophilic behavior, it would be very hard for me to consider you a Christian. Now, this does bring up the shall we call it, the specter of the no true Scotsman fallacy, which, for those who don't know, it's like, well, they're not a Christian because they didn't act this way. So basically, only perfect people are Christians, and therefore Christianity is perfect. That kind of reasoning, and I wouldn't say that at all. What I would say is that how we should evaluate Christianity is through the primary protagonist of the story, which I don't think anyone would dispute is Jesus Christ. So Jesus Christ is the only person in the Bible that's defined as divine. Is the only person in the Bible that is the fulfillment of the law. The entire Bible is basically centered around the story of Jesus Christ. And so if you look at Jesus Christ's life as it's portrayed in the Bible, yeah. Sorry?
Well, the New Testament, because the Old Testament didn't know about Jesus.
Now, Bible, I believe Jesus also said he's there to fulfill the Old Testament. But carry on, Ballian,
Sure.
please. Ballian, please carry on. If I'm saying your name wrong, please correct me, too.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. You're saying right. The gist of it is that when you look at Christianity, I think the only way to really interpret it or evaluate it is to actually look at the life of the person that it claims was divine. And when you do, I don't think there's anyone that would, far from having a problem, wouldn't actually prefer a world where everyone behaved in alignment with Jesus Christ. He didn't engage in violence, except, in one specific circumstance where he overturned tables in the temple, which shows that he wasn't a pacifist, which is important because a lot of people misconstrue Jesus as being a non-violent pacifist, which I think is ridiculous. but the point I'm trying to make is that the character that's portrayed as the central protagonist of the book is the person by which you need to the principles held or proposed by the book should be evaluated. And when you do that, you find that he was facing what would have been the Catholic Church of his day. The Pharisees were the hypocritical religious state that had stultified to the point where they were following the letter of the law while ignoring the intent or the spirit of the law, of the Christian law. And so they were, actively, they basically represented a stultified or stagnant moral progression that would become hypocritical and power mad and it was just evil. And so, of course, the Catholic Church could fall into the same situation. And Jesus would have Jesus, in the same way that he was fighting or combating the Pharisees, at the time of the Catholic Church, the proper avatar of those principles would have been combating the Catholic Church as well.
So can I ask you about, because there's two things I want to, I guess, push back on Jesus, because I think most of what is written within the Bible about Jesus is mythical, like his virgin birth, John making him God. I don't think that Jesus thought he was a god. And then there are weird things about Jesus. The telling to sell all of your belongings, to leave your family and follow me. That is a cult leader type of talk. The story about him losing his mind over a fig tree not having fruit when it was not fig season. Kind of weird. And so we're left with a first century radical rabbi who got murdered by the state, most likely got buried in a mass grave, and then they created a narrative about him coming back to life.
And I think Planet Peterson may have wanted to add something as well.
Yeah, my thing goes back to the whole argument about Christianity having something to do with moral progress in the West, but specifically presumption of innocence. I mean, I have, I don't know, about 20 Bible verses that directly contradict the notion of presumption of innocence being present or being inspired by the Bible. I mean,
yeah, this is a fundamental principle of justice, is what we call it in the Canadian legal system. Carry on. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, Genesis 34, Jacob's sons took their swords and came against the city unaware and killed all the males to avenge the rape of their sister. God kills all the firstborn children because their parents didn't put lamb's blood up above their door. Those children were obviously innocent. Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, God promises to punish the children for their parents' crimes to the third and fourth generation. Leviticus, you shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on with stuff like that. The church also enacted, I mean, they I don't know, gave permission for ad ex prodenda to just torture anybody accused of anything to try to extract either a confession or something out of them. So there's that, but of course moral progress in the West occurred by, you can say it was done by Christians, but that's because there weren't any other people around that had any power or influence to do anything. But it's also the case that the people that have been on the opposite side of every single moral victory have always been Christians. So I don't go around saying Christianity is responsible for slavery or anything like that. I think people do those types of things despite or in spite of what their beliefs are, or just completely indifferent from what they are.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, so first to Amy's point, Jesus being a cult leader who had some erratic behavior and likely didn't do the miracles. Like, there's no historical evidence he did the miracles. Basically a
Yep.
a atheistic, historical, anti-mystic rendition of the Jesus story, I guess is how I describe that. And I get where you're coming from with that. I guess what's told about Jesus is the mythology, not is a story that contains within it principles that are important. So, for example, like here's what I mean by that. When you read Lord of the Rings, you know it didn't happen, but there's an absolute plethora of lessons, wisdom, moral, analogies, and non-literal literary structures present that convey a lot of really useful wisdom. So, in the same way, when we're telling the Jesus story in the mythologized way we're telling it, or the Christians are telling it, the lessons that are being communicated by that story on how a Christian should be acting are valuable regardless of the historicity of the event. And so again, regardless of whether you think that there were, I guess like some peripheral like aberrations in Jesus's behavior, I think that in general, I think we'd certainly prefer people acting like Jesus over Muhammad. We'd certainly prefer them acting like Jesus over Jeffrey Dahmer. We'd certainly prefer them acting like Jesus over even the average person who doesn't
Over Moses. Over
over
Yahweh.
over almost everybody. And
including Yahweh.
Well, fair. Like I guess I get your point. But the gist of it is that Jesus being like God in human form is kind of the central protagonist of the Christian story and mythology, and therefore the perfect example that Christians are, I guess, almost inevitably ordered to follow and to like mimic in the world. So I don't see exactly. So to your points, Peterson. You brought up the Catholic Church again. Torturing people. Again, I've kind of distanced Christian morality principles and like the mythology that Christians are, have an injunction to mimic or to act out in their own lives from the Catholic Church itself. And I would say that if you're torturing someone, it's hard to pair that or make that commensurate with Jesus's life and the example he laid out. He wasn't torturing his political enemies or religious or people or the Pharisees or people who disagreed with him, right? So, as to other violations of presumption of innocence, you laid out that God violates the presumption of innocence frequently. But if you look at God as the narrative character, he knows everything, and so it's not like he's like if we knew everything, we wouldn't need the presumption of innocence either, because the entire purpose of the presumption of innocence is based, or the principle of presumption of innocence is based on our fundamental ignorance as human beings. So I don't think you can really drag God into that, either as a literary being or as a narrative device. I think he's more used as, but that's on the point. And then I guess.
So it's not a Christian standard then.
What do you mean?
Well, if people are not following everything that God's saying, the Christianity, and they're just making their own decisions about this, making their own judgments, then how does that qualify it as a Christian standard? Doesn't that kind of go against your own arguments or your own?
You're talking about the presumption of innocence?
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't think at any point in the Bible does it say you should act like God the Father. I think Jesus Christ is the example that's given to human beings. I think God the Father is more like God the Father is at some parts of the Bible the person who, or the being that punishes you for being evil. It's the being that does it. It's a being that you interface with. It's not a being that you're supposed to be directly mimicking.
Okay, I've not.
Jesus is that. Jesus is that example.
If you
I don't know. I don't know anybody who interfaces. I don't know of anybody who actually interfaces with God. Have you interfaced with him? Have you had a response from him when you've asked him something?
So yeah, I don't like the way. How do I put this? The language we would use to describe, for instance, okay, it says God has a book that he writes down everyone's behavior in. Are you vaguely familiar with the passage I'm referring to? Like, he has a book that he writes down every action, and people pay. It's something like people pay for what they do based on him writing that down, right?
I guess, is that the one that's used at the pearly gates? Is that the tie-in with that one?
I don't know specifically. I'm
Okay,
kind of
no
just
problem.
roughshotting here. But are you familiar with like the idea that God has a book in which everyone's name is written, and there's a tally of their total life deeds, I guess?
I'm not directly familiar with that. My understanding is because he's omniscient, he just knows. He doesn't even need to take notes. But
Sure.
if
It's
there's
the same
a book,
thing.
okay. Oh, it's the same idea. Okay.
Yeah,
Just a different way of it being explained, I guess. So
Yeah, so like I think we'd all kind of agree that I guess the way people would say that in modern times is you pay for everything you do, I guess. But so whether you believe in that or not, the language being used, you see that God isn't a part of the secular way of saying that, and so therefore, like, you can somehow, it's in my mind, it's using just different language, one anthropomorphized and like made into a being, and one secularized and without that being, that basically mean the same thing, which is that either on one hand you can look at reality as like some being that you're interfacing with that's recording everything that you do and lets you get away with nothing. On the other hand, you can just say, well, reality is construed in a way that everything you do has a consequence, and that consequence will be reflected in reality in some way. And you see what I'm saying? So like God is almost like how we secularly in modern times refer to reality, they referred to reality as God. So, but those are orthogonal concepts. And so for you to say like we should act like God, it's like we should act like reality. It doesn't really square in my mind. You know what I mean?
Randolph, I know you're going to respond, but I just want to do after you.
yeah, I was going to just pass it on to Peterson, but go ahead, Amy.
Oh, well, I just want to respond to the Lord of the Rings reference, because I often joke that, if they just took it metaphorically, it would be fine. In fact, I'm going to agree with you on one thing, that Thomas Jefferson did comb through the Bible and pick out only the things that he thought where Jesus was teaching moral things, and made the moral teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. It is often joked that it is about the size of a pamphlet. However, it is out there for the people who just want it. And I would say if you're coming at it from that direction, fantastic. However, when you say it's like Lord of the Rings and that you can get lessons from it, if you had someone come up to you and said, listen, I am a Ringian, all right? And being a member of the Ringian, we look at Gandalf. He sacrificed himself in a moment of need when we did not know whether he would live or die. He was able to pass on so Frodo and Sam could go forward, thus ultimately allowing the one true evil within the ring to be destroyed. Why wouldn't we be able to find valuable real-world lessons, whether they seem buried within fantasy, as we would the Bible?
Yeah, so I think the Bible has several key advantages over a purely fictional retelling. First of all, it's intertwined with history in a way that gives a lot of it combines some basic historical knowledge into the stories, and that, while not perfect, gives you kind of a rough shot of at least the development of the tradition itself throughout history. So there's that. I think there's also an advantage in trying to tie the moral lessons and the mythology with semi-real or at least plausibly real events, so that if you read the Bible, it has almost like an untempered brutality to it, in that all of the prophets behave like real people. They're not perfect. They don't do great things solely. Like Aragorn, for example, in Lord of the Rings, the guy is basically perfect, right? There's not a moment in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not super familiar with the Lord of the Rings. But he's basically I think he's like half of Jesus almost in the role he takes. I know Gandalf is the one that literally resurrects, but he's like the return of the king. Like he's like the revelation
saving them.
Yeah, so like he there's Aragorn. It's Aragorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Aragorn doesn't miss a step. Legolas doesn't miss a step. Gimli doesn't miss a step. Like it's not nearly as profound a fiction as the Bible, in that the Bible lays out characters that were incredibly realistic, had terrible character flaws, behaved incredibly poorly throughout the Old Testament in many ways, and still were God's chosen people. And so that gives it a sense of depth and realism that I think makes it a far more practical book to map onto a human life. And finally,
different than Jesus. You're saying a perfect character. I can understand where you're trying to make it. It does become eventually the hero archetype, and he steps up and becomes this leader. But how is that different than Jesus then? If we're comparing the two, wouldn't it be more 3D realistic if Jesus had some flaws? Maybe he did sin once or twice.
So I think what Jesus represents is the archetypal story of the Savior. I think it's like a limit. Yeah, it's like he's as crazy. It's the most extreme case of it's the most difficult case of how to act in the world I think ever recorded, which is like you're perfect, and then you're go through all these terrible things that you don't deserve, that are all incredibly horrible, all for the benefit of humanity. So it prioritizes basically sacrifice as the ultimate virtue, sacrifice for your fellow man, or sacrifice for human salvation, I guess, in whatever form that might take. And I think that's that story it also separates human value from status and position in a very unique way, because the Son of God came down in the form of a carpenter, and so I think that was a pivotal it was a pivotal mythology that helped people have a story at hand that separated status from human value.
But just to confirm, perfect good, perfect bad.
Well, I mean, Jesus is the only episode of perfect good, I guess, in the Bible. So at least in human form. So I mean, like it actually, like this is why I think it's a much more comprehensive fiction. It's like every other character has a bunch of flaws about them, and then there's this one perfect proto example, which again is why I think that's the standard by which Christianity should be judged. Not all the people that were like, I guess proto Jesus as flawed as they were, or like Catholics or Pharisees. Like, you don't, in the same way that you don't judge Christianity by the Pharisees, you shouldn't be judging Christianity by the Catholic Church, I guess.
So I heard a lot of, and this is a little bit earlier, basically the idea went something like, be like God the Son, not God the Father. But aren't they supposed to share a single nature? And even if they don't, isn't God's nature perfectly moral? I mean, what are we saying if we don't want to be like God the Father?
Sure. So I guess an example would be, and I know this doesn't cover all bases, but all God the Father's actions in the Old Testament. But an example is like, if you punish your kid so that they act better in the future, God takes on that role for the Israelites of what punishes them in order to set them on the correct path for in a lot of ways for their own sake. I
highly disagree, because God attempts to fully exterminate them multiple times. Says, I will be done with you. Moses begs him, after burning 40,000 people alive or something like that. Moses begs him, will you just please stop, and we promise we'll get it right this time? And he finally says yes. I mean, the idea that just slaughtering people in front of other people works as a course correction. I mean, we just know that cruel and unusual punishments don't work.
Yeah, so I
Right.
think, like I was saying, God, in terms of the narrative structure, God the Father is like interfacing with reality. It's like how we think of reality. So, perfect way to say it in secular form would be, our society, everyone in our society behaved poorly, and eventually the society collapsed. And then we all suffered dreadfully for it. Right. So we've just removed God the Father from that description, but it's functionally the same thing. But for people before, science and before, we could verify that this being actually didn't exist, I think what they did is they adopted a character or personality to that phenomena, which is like every time we continuously screw up, it's like this thing comes and punishes us, right? But now we know it's not really a thing. It's just how reality works. But we implicitly smuggle in the God.
You
see what I'm saying?
mythologizing the Old Testament?
I think that's like, I don't think there's any other way to read at least a good chunk of it. It's a guiding mythology to help to guide human behavior.
So there wasn't a literal garden?
A literal Eden?
Yeah.
I don't know. See, I don't make claims about things I can't prove.
Well, if there
or
was
at
no
least I try
original
not to.
sin, then there was no reason for Jesus to have ever existed.
Well, so okay, so you want to keep going with this, or am I going over my time? I guess because this requires getting pretty deep into it.
Yeah, if you wanted to move on, you could. I think this has been actually a really good conversation, and I've enjoyed the back and forth with you. I think Amy and Planet Peterson and Taco probably have too. And welcome, IX. It's good to see you here.
Welcome, X.
Hello.
Or is it 9?
Ballian, if you wanted to close with something, did you want to just give us a brief overview of I sense that you probably enjoyed this conversation too.
Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, I appreciate it for sure.
This is what we aim for. Good quality conversations. Is there something you would like to summarize with before we move on to our next guest? Because there are a few people waiting. It's not that we have any specific time limit, but sometimes the conversations can go a bit long.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I guess to sum it up, I would say like a lot of people read the Bible and there's a lot of things that are very difficult to understand, like the interplay between the different the 3-in-1 Trinity, and the way, and when you read the Bible or the Old Testament, for example, if God the Father is taking on a different role than Jesus Christ. He's I guess I would urge and caution people not to, I guess, judge God the Father, which is acting as we think of reality punishing me for acting badly, reality demanding sacrifices of me in order to achieve X goal or Y goal. That seems to be how we think of God the Father today as reality, as secular people. And we think, and Jesus Christ was the perfect example of how a human being should behave. But there's a reason that the Trinity makes the meaningful separation between God the Father and Jesus Christ, right? And so, if we judge God the Father, or reality, I guess, is how we'd say in secular terms, by human standards, well, botflies, how do you justify botflies? How do you justify, et cetera? Why? So that's not the proper framing to put on it. And I would just urge people to judge Christianity by the behavior of Jesus Christ, and judge anyone claiming to be a Christian by the standard of Jesus Christ when evaluating Christianity, I guess, is my basic point.
Thank you, Ballian. I'm going to leave it on that point. Feel free to join us again. We'd love to talk with you more in the future. We run this on the first Sunday of every month, except for the last few months we missed, but a lot of family commitments and things. But normally we run this every Sunday morning, first Sunday of every month.
Great. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you for all your time today. Hello, PMars. Welcome. I've spoken with you from time to time. I hope you're doing well. Like your picture of Jesus on a bicycle there.
Thank you. I think bicycles and Jesus are two of my favorite things in life. So I combine them.
Sorry.
Oh, that's cool. So what you and I were having a conversation in the chat. We could get into that more, or if you wanted to cover a different topic, that would be just as good. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I don't know. Taco invited me up, but yeah, I've been studying the Transcendental Argument for God, and I think it's like an objective way to prove God exists with like
Okay. Sorry,
totally death argument.
if you wouldn't mind for our audience, because there are probably people in our audience who aren't familiar with the
Can
tag
tag.
argument. If you wouldn't mind just giving a quick overview of it, that would be helpful.
Yeah, the only problem with the argument is it's kind of complicated because it gets kind of heavy into philosophy, but it's sort of like if you could imagine entering a movie halfway through the movie. It would
Do
be
you
hard
need
to know.
access to write in the side chat? Because I can give you permission to post it in the side chat if you need it.
Oh,
Okay.
that's fine. No, I don't.
But yeah, so
But like,
let's
imagine-
give PMars a chance to explain without interruption.
Imagine you like enter a movie halfway through a movie. Well, it's going to be hard to like interpret and evaluate what's going on in the movie because you're missing like the context of the beginning of the movie that might inform you as to like some of the motivations of the characters or what's going on. And so when we debate, we're in a similar situation where before we even come to the debate, we all have like background beliefs that inform how we evaluate and interpret evidence. And so what we do with the Transcendental Argument for God is we examine those like background beliefs about how we evaluate evidence at all, and we determine like what model or what system of truth, what's the best way to evaluate evidence in the first place, and we sort of argue about that. Like, imagine if you're a naturalist, right? A naturalist is someone who believes all there is like natural explanations for any phenomena. They're going to search for a natural explanation. And me as a Christian, I believe in the supernatural. And I might try to convince you like,
That's bullshit.
well, Jesus resurrected from the dead because God resurrected him. Let's say I do convince you like with the evidence, the historical evidence or something. But if you still maintain your naturalistic framework or your naturalistic model of reality, you're going to come up with a natural explanation for how Jesus resurrected. And so I think we need to attack the debate is going to be about like how do we interpret evidence in the first place, because I could throw like 1,000 evidences at you, but if you already like don't really accept supernatural reasons before you even like look at the evidence, then it doesn't I can throw 1,000,000 evidences at you and you're not going to like believe in God. So that's kind of what TAG's about. I don't know if I did a good job of explaining it, but we just examine the models of reality and we say what's like the most coherent and sensible model of reality. And we're going to say obviously the Christian models it describes reality better. So
Okay, thanks for explaining that. And just for future reference for audience, a lot of people refer to this as the TAG argument, which is TAG is an acronym for Transcendental Argument for God. Am I correct, PMars?
And when I'm talking to atheists specifically, I like to bring up the fact that I think atheism undermines science.
Gaze, I think.
Because I think science is this like where we're going to look at the world and we're going to find meaning of the world apart from like human minds, so like objective knowledge of the world. But without like a designer and a God, there'd be like no intrinsic meaning in the world. And any of the meaning that we would come up with in the world would just be like conventions of our minds. And there'd be no like true meaningful like objective knowledge. It would just be like based on what we think.
Oh, that's
And so
I think
I think Christianity is necessary to like save science. Like I think atheism kind of destroys the potential for science to make knowledge claims. So
back on the, okay, you're by all means, and then I'll go after.
So, PMars, you said no intrinsic meaning. Do things exist?
I mean, I believe they do, but I think Without the Christian worldview, you couldn't justify the existence of physical objects.
Well, you said no meat. You couldn't justify the existence of objects. So how is it that I'm holding a pen in my hand? How is it that I require a God concept to justify the idea that I have a pen in my hand? Because to me, it's grounded in a physical reality.
Because you wouldn't have a way to delineate between the external and internal world.
What is the external world? What is the internal world?
Well, that I think we need
talking about-
Christianity to answer that
Are you talking about
question.
nature versus the content of my mind?
Well, I don't know. Are you familiar with Immanuel Kant and the
Yes.
phenomenal versus noumenal?
Just what is the external world? What is the internal world? Internal world sounds like the mind to me.
Yeah, the internal world, you could think of it as like a dream versus like
Okay.
the.
Where do your beliefs in the Christian God exist? In the external world or in your internal world?
My beliefs would exist in my mind.
Okay, so how do you, despite the fact that that belief only exists in your mind, how do you use it to justify that things exist?
So we get from Revelation, like the Bible, we get our metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. And we know that the world we can justify the existence of the physical world because the Bible says God created it.
So we can walk past that that's completely circular, but you're just describing to me more of your internal beliefs.
It's not
And
circular.
I have a worldview that tells me, well, this pen really exists. I mean, my experience with this pen comes from my internal environment, I guess. I can't conceptualize it or understand it in any way except in that, but I think it's grounded in the material reality in front of me. But I don't think you've presented anything special or unique because you're just relying on on your beliefs, which are just in your internal environment.
Yeah, but I mean, you can say that, but any skeptic could come along and challenge, like, how do you justify that the pen in your hand is real? And you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, but neither can you.
No, I can because the Bible says it's real. So that
Where
would be
does the Bible say that the pen is real?
It says the external world is real in Genesis when God created the external world, so we know that it's real.
Yeah, but I
Okay, I have a science textbook that says the universe exists there.
Really. I know exactly.
I don't know. He might be trolling. I don't know.
No, I was just talking about epistemic justification. Like, that's the issue. Like,
PMars, can I ask you just a few things? Or
yeah, sure.
also push back? So, you said that it was a movie halfway through. I agree, because I think that when it comes to creationism, they are coming to the movie and presupposing what it should have been without actually using any tools except for the Bible. And so you said that it somehow we're trying to ruin science or something like that, but it has been basically the religious who have been attacking science for the past few hundred years because they don't like things like evolution and the Big Bang. Designers, I'll also continue to push back that designers are a new concept. They've only existed for a few billion years, as far as we can tell. And so it doesn't seem like the universe is contingent on a designer. In fact,
I think what PMars was saying is that under atheism, science won't survive. Maybe PMars would like to clarify what his thinking was on that after you finish, Amy.
sure, I was just saying that would be very silly because Christianity as a religion hasn't really given much to science. There are Christians, individual Christians, who did work and help contribute to science, but that's because science is a peer-reviewed process made up of by people. And so, yeah, a few
Also,
points there.
another important thing is this argument. It does not allow anybody to do anything they couldn't otherwise do except try to win arguments. You cannot take these principles and these presuppositions and use it to do better science or to build a better bicycle for Jesus or anything like that. It has zero practical utility.
Yeah. So the idea is that like there's skeptical philosophers. Like you could look at Berkeley or Hume and their arguments, and they're going to say like we can't justify our belief in the external world. And there's another philosopher, Immanuel Kant, and he said this is a great scandal of science and philosophy that there's no proof of the existence of the external world. And Kant came up with his like transcendental idealism program to save science and philosophy. But
His weight loss program.
we would
It's
say
a
he
pyramid
failed.
scheme.
Like, I don't think what he did works. Like because I think basically the
I
only way we
did.
can justify our belief in the external world is through Christian revelation. So
Does Satan exist in your worldview?
no,
You don't believe in Satan?
Satan isn't a person; it's a title, like adversary or something.
Yes,
like that.
I know that. So there's no such. So is there a hell, and then is there a person that rules over hell, who literally fell from heaven?
I mean, I don't know what happens after we die. It's kind of hard for me to answer that.
Okay, do you think that the devil, Lucifer, Satan, whatever exists?
No.
No. You're a very odd Christian.
In his defense, Planet Peterson, theists make it up as they go along.
I don't know. Maybe like Jesus, he's a carpenter who builds stairs, and he was thinking 2 steps ahead of me. Because in the Christian worldview, there is Satan who has dominion over this earth, and people who are led us. I mean, the Bible has many quotes like this. If reason guides you away from your faith, then abandon your reason. And there are things such as, like what Paul says, that there's nothing of this earth that is not of God, that is not of Satan. And so people say that, if you vote Democrat or if you have a pride flag or if you got a vaccine, that's because Satan, tricked you, tempted you, whatever. So in the Christian worldview, Satan has dominion over this earth, and he has powers that humans are powerless to do anything about. And he could deceive anybody. And so this obliterates the even the possibility of having objective knowledge in their worldview. The only thing you can do is through blind faith and circular reasoning just assert that you have not been corrupted by Satan's temptations or anything like that, and that what you believe is the real true belief. So it's all quite silly.
I mean, we have like hermeneutics. There's ways we know how to interpret the Bible from like we have a history of like scholars, tons of scholars.
Then why have there been so many thousands of Christian denominations?
Because people disagree. Like even scientists and
So you can't
even
interpret it.
Even mathematicians will disagree over math, which is supposed to be like objective, right?
But once a proof is solved, they don't disagree over
they
what
do.
it says.
People disagree in all fields. So if you're gonna like say,
Yes,
well,
to some
Christians
extent.
disagree, therefore Christianity is not true.
You said you know how to get to the truth because you have an objective, because you have the Bible, and the Bible is objective and perfect. Yet people read that same book and they come to very different conclusions that have led to some pretty dramatic schisms. And you say, yeah, it's because they interpreted it differently. So
but
you're arguing against yourself more effectively than any of us could.
Okay.
I'm just here to point it out.
I don't think you're doing a very good job. Do you have any actual like argument why like Christianity's not true?
Yeah, I would like to
I didn't
ask.
say it's not true. You just can't justify it to the extent that you think you can.
Well, I think we can have the best evidence for Christianity, like almost near certainty. Because the transcendental proof is like near certain.
But
An argument doesn't prove anything.
Arguments are proofs. Like that just shows your ignorance as to like how you prove anything.
Then there is a God-defeating penguin that necessarily must exist. Therefore, your God doesn't exist.
I mean, if you look up like what an argument, like a proof, it's gonna say a proof is an argument. It's like the definition of the word. So like How are you like
And I just
determined?
proved that God doesn't exist because that
You don't even
penguin
know how to
necessarily
prove. You don't even know how to prove anything is true. Like, why are you even commenting on this matter?
Well,
you don't even know what
see,
the proof is.
See, you're relying on your presupposition that your God allows you to be able to make those kinds of distinctions, but actually the God defeating penguin exists, so your belief
Yeah.
is false. Your presupposition is false.
See, this is what they got. So, what's your epistemology? Like, how do you determine what's true or not true?
Is that from? Sorry, I'm reading some texts over here.
Well, and can I ask?
Yeah.
Well,
I would say that which
Planet,
conforms with reality, but Amy, go ahead.
and I'm sorry,
But
Planet.
you
I
can't
don't
prove
mean.
reality
I
exists.
feel like I sometimes step on you. I just get excited. Don't mind me. But I, as far as justified true beliefs, know that Jesus did not resurrect from the dead. And so, help me out here. How can Christianity be the foundation of knowledge when I know that the foundation of the Christian belief is not true?
How do you know it's not true? Because you know Jesus didn't resurrect.
Correct, because biologically speaking, that's not how human flesh works 72 hours after decay.
Yeah, but we think it's a miracle. So
Sure. Can I give you also a counter question? Do you think that it's possible that Caesar was resurrected?
I mean, it's possible.
Okay, but do you think it happened?
I don't think it happened. No.
Okay, I think it's possible Jesus was resurrected. I don't think he was.
Well, I mean, you can. I mean, that's fine.
Where's the intellectual integrity of just saying, yeah, but it was a miracle, therefore? I mean, now we're in the make-believe land of literally anything is possible.
But if you're a Christian, you believe in miracles.
Okay, well, I believe in Zip Zop, and Zip Zop is the actual true God, and everything is the miraculous creation of Him, and you are led astray. So, literally anybody can make these arguments.
I don't.
It's-
I mean, I don't. I
It's
don't
justified
think so.
on nothing but blind faith and circular reasoning. I believe it because I believe it, and I have a book that says that it's true. Well, I have a book, and my book is true. There, that proves it.
Yeah,
All
it's
he's
not
trying to do,
blind.
Peterson, is reject the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation. He already knows the truth. He just wants to reject it in his unrighteousness because he wants sin and evil to exist outside of a conceptual nature. He wants to be a main character in the battle of good and evil.
So I just reject this idea that I believe it based on blind faith because I have objective proof that Christianity is true, and
No, you do not.
it's
You have an
the
argument.
best type of evidence like you can even possibly have.
What is it?
So
What is
it's
it?
a reductio ad absurdum that we would argue
An argument. Okay.
there's no well, of course the arguments are proof. There's no direct
They
argument.
absolutely are not.
There's no direct argument for logic, but we could prove logic is true because of the impossibility of the contrary. Because to logic, you would have to use logic to deny it. So it's impossible to deny logic. So we say it's true to the impossibility of the contrary. It's the same thing with Christianity. If you deny Christianity, you will be made a fool, not in a name-calling sense, but that your worldview would be absurd. You couldn't delineate between truth and fiction. And therefore, due to the impossibility of the contrary, you couldn't even deny Christianity because you would have to use Christianity to deny Christianity, just like logic.
Christianity is not the same as logic.
You're presupposing that your religion
not
is correct
correct.
and that no other religion can be correct. I will just presuppose that my religion that I have just made up right now is the actual one true one, and you've been deceived.
I'm not presupposing it without evidence, though. We're proving it. We can prove that you need a.
You need evidence.
Yeah, I have evidence.
Oh, I thought an
Christianity.
argument could prove it.
Arguments are evidence.
Okay,
So
all people named PMars are wrong. Your name is PMars, therefore you are wrong. There, I have just proven it. Do you agree?
That's unsound, though.
Oh, so an argument doesn't prove it because you don't know the soundness of the premises?
Well, a sound argument.
Right. Okay. So, on what grounds do you justify that your tag argument has sound premises?
Because we can show with auxiliary arguments that the premises are accurate.
With more arguments? So I'll just
Correct.
make more arguments that all people named PMars are wrong.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yes, I could.
Okay, go. Let's hear it then.
All I
How
would
do you
need to
support
know
it?
is like when your birthday was, and then I could say all people born on this day are also wrong. You were born on this day, therefore you are wrong.
Yeah, but you can never support that because it's just like obviously like you're just making stuff up.
So are you?
No, I'm not making stuff up.
Yes, you are. Well, you're regurgitating other made up things. So
No, it's not made up. There's a whole history
is.
of God interacting with his people.
So
not
you're
made
not relying on arguments. You are using empiricism to verify or support your
Empiricism would be
claims.
that would be an argument. Empirical evidence would be based on arguments too.
Okay, this is brain rot at this point. Somebody else have fun with it.
You're just an idiot, dude.
If I were an idiot, I would say that empirical evidence is an argument, but luckily I'm not.
Yeah, PMars, we want data. Like when you were saying it's the best type, like even if we were to accept arguments or if we were to presuppose logic, that doesn't mean that it's empirical data, which is, in my opinion, the best evidence that's out there. And it's at least that we have so far. And it's weird that God can't give us the best evidence.
It is the best. What do you mean God's made it undeniable that he exists?
Then why do we deny it?
No, they made it only
Because you suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
You can't but we don't believe it. So you
Wait a
can't,
minute!
you
I already
can't
pointed out how he's rejecting the truth in his unrighteousness, and he just
Yeah, I
tried. He
know.
just dropped a worldview body double of my argument. I'm very, very disappointed in you, PMars. Is that the best you can bring? Is just a worldview body double of atheist presuppositional apologetics? You're talking to Planet Peterson here.
There's no such thing as atheist presuppositional apologetics.
Oh, you're talking to the premier atheist presuppositionalist himself, Taco.
It's even written on the
Talking about
website.
PMars. How dare you? I developed a revolutionary method of atheist apologetics to combat, to fight a battle, a valiant battle against people like you. People that just want sin and evil to exist outside of a conceptual nature, and you're doing everything you can to spread that vile incoherency.
Okay, well, it's been nice talking to you guys. You're a funny guy, Taco. God bless everyone. Have a good day.
Hey, PMars, thank you for your time today.
Man, he just completely defeated himself when he said that empirical evidence must be used in order to substantiate an argument after saying an argument can prove something. Love it when that happens.
I don't actually hold he was right about the definition of proof otherwise, so I would have liked to have had him define it.
Hello, Walker. How are you? You're an atheist, right?
I am. I was just
welcome.
wanting to get some clarity.
Yeah, what did you think of that conversation?
Well, when the discussion of proof comes up every now and then, and you hear people like bemoan it or seek for it, depending on which side of the line you're falling on. But to me, I've never tried to use any kind of jargon with regards to these discussions. When someone says something to the effect of they're looking for proof, I'm going to assume one of two things, because it has two meanings, it has two definitions. Even if you look up in the dictionary what it's talking about, you have to pick which one you're talking about. Like right now, I'm reading it right now. It says evidence or argument, establishing or helping to establish a fact or the statement of a truth. So if you know how to break down the linguistics of the definition, you realize there are two things being said simultaneously here. Every time there's an or statement being given, you should treat it as an or conditional. So if you take everything before each of the ors, you have evidence helps establish a fact. or argument helps establish the truth of a statement. So those are the two ways that you're viewing it. So if you're bringing argumentation, all you're trying to do is show the internal consistency of the statement, the truth of the statement. But if you're trying to bring evidence because you're trying to establish a fact, then that's what we're looking for. You're asking, are you trying to just give me something that's internally consistent, which is what presup is concerned with. They're not concerned about facts of reality. Because if you try to nail them down to facts of reality, they're just going to fall back on claiming that their argument supports the internal consistency of their statement. It doesn't support claims of reality. It just, internally consistent narratives are not what we're interested in if we're asking questions about reality. We're asking foundational questions. And of course, they can't make any foundational claims because it exposes the falsehood of presupposition in its core. I have killed the room.
No, I mean, I just agree. So,
yeah, it's very weird to hear people playing word games and thinking they're being smart. It's like, I don't care what word you use, just let's make sure we're sharing the same definition, and that way at least one of us can be intellectually honest.
And all right, thank you, Walker. Welcome on board, and we're going to invite up Reverse-Camus.
Thank you. But first of all, thank you very much, Walker. That's good perspective. I'm sorry I didn't get to respond right away to you because I'm dealing with a little bit of a temporary audio issue, but I think it's mostly resolved now. So, no, thank you very much for coming back and coming up and sharing that. It's all interesting insight.
It was driving me crazy not being able to say anything, that's all.
Oh, yeah. We try to just bring up one guest at a time because we like to try to let them shoot their bolts, so to speak. As Christopher Hitchens likes to say, he shot his bolt otherwise one time in answering a question. And then we can kind of get a better idea of what it is that their position is and their thought on their ideas are. Because very often when there's multiple people in a conversation, it can be challenging for someone to get their entire idea put forward. Now, some ideas do need to be stopped right away because they're just beyond ridiculous. But I think we've had some actually excellent conversations today. So, and you're a contributor to this as well.
I've also never understood this idea of them trying to invoke logic as this thing that's being imposed from the top down, because that's actually a modern concept. The ancient Greeks just didn't even call them the laws of logic, they called them the laws of thought, because it was a first-person description of one's own thoughts. The base, foundational, first principle thought that you have is of the self, right? And that's where the Enlightenment came along. So you have essentially, at your first thought, the concept of self and not self. You create a binary right off. And so you have the capacity to do binary analysis. A becomes A and not A becomes something you can find out. Because you're describing them in the process. You have an example of what a discrete is. So you have the ability to define A, even if the discrete that you're defining is self. It's not the only thing you're sensing. The sense data that we are all acquiring out of the data. So I'm not sure if there's a proper philosophical way to explain this, but something exists is what I was once told was the most fundamental philosophical claim that could possibly be made. Something exists. And then everything else after that is kind of inferred. But it doesn't mean that you can't list the existential components of what you're claiming exists. You're saying it's something, fine. Start listing its qualities and characteristics. And stick with just the existential components, not the essential components. And there you have the laws of thought. We are currently engaged in the laws of thought because it seems to be a necessity for the way our brains process information to be able to make discretes or to recognize the discrete consistencies around us. We have no idea necessarily where they come from, but we can't deny that they're there. So the existential precedes the essence and in this analysis. And anyone who tries to go down essentialist lines of reasoning is always going to lose to the existential argument.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed PMars likes to delve into is that his idea of knowledge is properly justified somehow through Christianity, and atheists can't justify knowledge, so we can't justify anything. We don't know anything, and that's kind of one of the things that he comes up and says. I may not be phrasing his argument as succinctly and correctly as he does, but I think that's the gist of it. And have you encountered this kind of idea?
I have a comment about.
Oh yeah, I was trained in that regard. That's why I'm familiar with it, and I understand why it sounds compelling, and I also understand why it's ultimately not quite good enough. Because we've been able to determine, for example, do you know who Susan Hawk is in the idea of foundationism? She was able to incorporate a system by which you could combine foundationalism and coherentism together in a single epistemology. And there's even some steps that you could take to combine infinitism into it, completely resolving Agrippa's trilemma. And so they're not really modern thoughts being used in precept. They're kind of too archaic. Even it's difficult to come down to that level and attempt to explain to somebody who doesn't understand why they're wrong, how they're wrong. And they kind of have to do the work themselves, and that's the hardest part.
Thank you very much. I know we've just brought Reverse-Camus up. Was there something you'd like to quickly summarize for us before we move on?
No, that was it. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Walker. Appreciate your time and your insight. This is very helpful. Reverse-Camus, if I'm mispronouncing your name, please correct me. How are you doing today, sir?
Real quick. We never got to make comments on the PMars.
Oh, Reverse-Camus, could you wait for just a moment? I think some people have some burning comments to make.
All right, I'll let the taco go.
I'm sure
Yeah, thank you.
Peterson's on the same wavelength. So, did you see how he had to borrow from my worldview to present any type of argumentation against our position? So what he did there was he had to say that we're suppressing the truth in our unrighteousness, when I had already pointed out earlier in the conversation that he is rejecting the truth in his unrighteousness. You see that wordplay? He had to borrow from atheist presuppositional apologetics to make any type of argumentation.
Wrecked.
Correct. That's all you've got to say. I guess that's something.
Correct,
well. I found that when he responded suddenly out of the blue by calling at least one or two of us idiots, I thought, okay, he knows he's lost. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I agree.
All they're able to resort to.
He argued against. I said this. He argued against himself better than any of us could have with the contradictions he put forth. It was just extremely obvious.
They have no foundation for knowledge in their worldview. They operate from a false foundation. They have to borrow base naturalistic presuppositions from our worldview just to get by on a day-to-day basis. If they were truly consistent with their worldview, the only things they would claim are that they exist and that their God, they have a belief in their God that it exists. And then they also have a belief, an unjustified belief, that an external world exists that they're interacting with. But the only thing that they would claim absolute knowledge of is their own existence. They would be solipsists.
Preach, Brother Taco.
Now,
And the
would
most
that
important-
be would that be monosolipsists or polysolipsists? I'm kidding. Go ahead, Planet Peterson.
Oh, I was just going to say, I said this during the discussion, but the other important thing to point out is this argument cannot give you the gift of doing anything that anybody else can't do except try to win arguments. And it's not even very good at that.
That's interesting. I think we have held our guests back along as much as we should, more than we should have. Reverse-Camus, Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You and I have spoken multiple times, always had great conversations, I think. And I'm just delighted that you've joined this live stream. Thank you very much. How are you doing and what's on your mind?
Oh, thank you, Randolph. And you're like the only person who does pronounce my name correct. I always get Reverse-Camus.
Okay. All right. You're a theist, right?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your idea of deity, because I know it's different than what we typically hear from Christians and Muslims and other people. And maybe tell us what's on your mind.
All right. I don't know. I look at the God as like the source, and it's kind of a pseudo-deist way. Like this source, I guess it's what's behind the Big Bang, and like it just caused it to happen, and then the traditional story happens. Space dust coalesces into suns creates more star stuff until it creates the Earth, and then some people on the Earth knew how to access this source, and that's how religions formed. But people being imperfect, like they're going to give you imperfect retellings of exactly what this source is, and like different people in different places, they're going to tell like stories that are conducive to their culture and their personal feelings. But there are like hard and fast truths, like with morality, like treating people well, serving people, telling the truth, and of course, respecting this source.
What do you mean by telling the truth is true? You mean it's advantageous, it works well for us?
And I'm also curious, why is it important to trust the source? But please answer Peterson first if you can.
Why is it important to tell the truth?
Well, you said there are certain like moral truths, such as treat others well and tell the truth and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just, what do you mean by these things are true?
Or I'm saying that it's important to tell the truth. Oh, what? Sorry, it took me a bit to figure out what you were saying. Like it's hard to explain why it's true. It's just something that I ultimately believe. But I believe that there is this source.
So when you said it's important, I agree. But you could get that from a naturalistic, evolutionarily informed perspective on human nature. You could justify that humans ought to tell the truth and reciprocate altruism, and not even that. I mean, tit for tat works. I mean, it literally won a competition as the best, not like literal moral framework, but the most competitively advantageous cooperation mechanism. You don't need a cosmic source or anything to say that if humans do these things, humans will do well as a species.
Yeah, that's true. If there was no God, I'm pretty sure that people would be able to find out that these things were good in themselves without having the carrot and stick morality that Christians like to have. But my opinion, there is this source, this God. So I don't know. I of course, a room of atheists can't really, or agnostics or whatever, it can't really convince anyone in it. But I think that there is a benefit to respecting it and following these morals. What are you going to say, IX?
Is what you're trying to say that you feel grateful for whatever the source turns out to be?
Not even necessarily that. Like, to me, it just exists for better or for worse, because there's just some weird stuff, especially in the Bible. I assume there's a lot of weird stuff in, like, the Vedic religions. Like, you're basically at the whim of this god and what it wants. And that can be either good or bad. Like, you can still suffer, like Job did.
But the text is at the whim of thousands of years of scribes who changed the text this way and that, who redefined the God from being the son of another God to stealing his dad's wife, to his dad not existing anymore, to his wife doesn't exist anymore. Like, the God figure being described is a literary character, which has no more power over us than one of, say, J.K. Rowling's characters in Harry Potter has over her, because it is a man-made character. We have a very detailed list of receipts. If you look at the compositional history of religious texts, it looks a lot like the evolutionary history of organisms, which is to say they're intermediary forms. And all these ideas are just the developments of human thoughts. There's no original God belief that is the authoritative Bible. There's just hundreds of different texts which people canonize into a systematic theology that they call the Bible. But there's as many different Bibles as there are people who decide what goes into a canon for one. So what is this original God belief in the Bible that you think is authoritative over man, when we know that the God belief in the Bible is the result of hundreds of different authors?
Well, I think there is this evolutionary process of how God has come to have us know it. And that's valid. But I'm not a Christian, and I don't view the Bible as completely inerrant. I do view it as a document that has been edited over and over again. In that
Not just
some
edited,
stuff
there was
have
no
been...
original document, is the point. The Bible is not an original document. The Bible is a compilation, right? So you have hundreds of authors who have each composed different texts, and then other people have amended and changed and combined those texts. So if we just take a single document, so-called, from the Bible, a single book from the Bible, Isaiah has two different sources, maybe three, right? And textual analysis
Really?
demonstrates there was no original Isaiah. There were at least three different texts which were combined into one. And you can do this for many of the texts, right? We know the book of Daniel isn't just probably written in different authors originally. It's in three different languages. It's in Aramaic, it's in Hebrew, and it's in Greek. And that's supposed to be called the book of Daniel, right? And there's so many reasons based on biblical scholarship to understand the compositional history of these books as the development of ideas of people over time. There is no like pure Bible that got corrupted or edited or whatever. There's hundreds of authors who wrote a whole bunch of books which get called the Bible, which means something different to each group that defines the Bible. It just doesn't seem like there's any reason to hold any particular significance over any particular compilation that gets called a Bible. They're just all man-made developments of ideas.
But I thought he said he's not here to defend the Bible.
No, but the
Yeah.
question is, you brought it up as like things that make you think some of it might be true, right? And it's like if I read all of fantasy literature and I didn't know about the Lord of the Rings, I could conclude that there must be true elves or whatever. Pick a magic concept from fantasy literature. But if I show you Tolkien and I show you the receipts on how Tolkien came up with his ideas, and he got his ideas from folklore and so on, and it's just folklore all the way down, then what you're actually reading is just folklore, no matter how authoritative sounding it's written. And that is exactly what it is. It's mythologizing folklore.
I also point out that that Job story, to me, is evidence that it's man-made because it makes God look like a dick. Like, he takes a bet with his underling about how much they could fuck a guy up.
Mhm. Yeah. I think Job has a lot of beautiful parts in it, but like the whole premise is definitely weird. The way that I've heard it described is that it's a very early attempt at theodicy, but it kind of falls on its face if you're trying to look at it from a naturalistic perspective.
I would also say it contradicts a God that knows everything. Because why are you taking a bet if you already know the answer?
Because he trusted that Job would win in the end, and he was making a point to the devil.
That we can fuck up his life and he'll still believe in me?
Yep.
Seems like kind of a dick god.
Yeah. The way I look at it is like this God of the Old Testament has this weird orange and blue morality that is kind of beyond us.
Oh, I think it shows for its time. It's just very man-made. He has a lot of the same fears and concerns that humans have. You see this in stories like the Tower of Babel, where he's just insulted that we're working together and able to do something as good as he is. And just, I don't know. Almost all of the stories that we have, just to jump off what Ix was saying, they show extremely human origins, and I would show they are pointing to a single source, and that source is not a higher power. It's us.
A good place to start would be to look into the history of the Ugaritic texts, which are dated to about 1500 or 1600 BCE. And we know that the Ugaritic texts are the best evidence currently of what the broader Canaanite beliefs were, what the beliefs of the northern Israelites were, and the beliefs which Yahweh belief emerges from. And if you actually read the Ugaritic texts or hear accounts of those, El is the king of the gods in the Canaanite pantheon at the time of 1500 BCE.
Mhm.
Baal is one of his sons. There's a succession conflict when El wants to retire and basically take it easy. He tries to pass on his kingship of the gods to one of his sons, which gets rejected and causes a civil war. And finally, it ends up with Baal being the only one who can, defend the title and take the mantle. Baal became the chief god of the northern Israelite kingdom, and the southern kingdom worshiped Yahweh as a henotheistic. In other words, like Yahweh is our God, even if Baal in the north is still an existent God. Then they switched to monolatry, which is we should only worship Yahweh, and then they switched to monotheism in the modern form over time. This isn't like there was one unified God concept and monotheism was always a thing. This emerged from a polytheistic family of gods, just like the Greeks and many others. And it got changed over time in response to a number of military defeats, exiles, and other hardships. The Jews developed the idea of monotheism as a way of, as you mentioned, theodicy. Why would God punish us like this? They were trying to justify the brutal treatment that they got at the hands of the Akkadians, at the hands of the Assyrians who invaded Israel and defeated the Baal and Asherah worshipping northern Assyrians. So they became exiles and fled to the south in Jerusalem. Then they had to justify why they got conquered by the Babylonians. And then when they were set free by the Persians, and they had syncretized all sorts of beliefs from the Babylonians and the Persians who they had met, the Zoroastrians. Most of the ideas about angels, the idea of the Messiah, the idea of a complex, rewarding afterlife for those who are righteous. All of these new ideas had come into the belief system. After all of that, they concluded that if we're just righteous enough by only believing that Yahweh exists, then we'll finally stop being punished so much. That's the history of the belief in a monotheistic God.
Yeah, sure. I don't completely know how it interacts with humans, but I think that it is a type of a divine logos coming into being through these texts. As time goes along, things get more solidified, more reified, and like just more of what it is. Like I'm not a Christian, I'm a Baha'i, so mainly the text that I'd follow would be that. Like I can still look at the Bible, but I can also look at it in the way that you're saying, that it is a product of this evolution of people writing these and then editing them between people, between cultures.
Yeah, I can send you some links and we can post these in the chat as well.
Of
But it's a really
course,
good
yeah.
idea. If your tradition inherits, even if, like you said, you don't believe directly in the Bible being all true, but if your tradition inherits any beliefs related to Abrahamic beliefs, you really owe it to yourself to do a deep dive into biblical scholarship and biblical archaeology. Because what you're going to find, at the very least, is a richer understanding of these texts that you love so much, which is what motivates most of the people who study this stuff. you don't have to believe in it literally to enjoy and appreciate it as literature or to take inspiration from it. Like you said, there's lessons that can be derived regardless of the truth or falsehood of it. And, a lot of people are grateful for whatever the source of the universe that we live in turning out to be, um, might might be. Whatever that source is, it's cool. We're happy about it, and it's a pretty positive lifestyle choice to be grateful for the things that you value, and you could call that pantheism to some people. They revere, the universe itself for existing. But you don't have to smuggle in all the beliefs about Abrahamism, which is historically false.
And if you don't mind, I'm not taking everything because I think I agree with everything except, but as well as just taking it back a little, you said that your God ultimately was this source.
Yeah.
Could that source be a non-being, a non-agent or mind?
It's possible. The way that I look at it is it's this force that interacts with us. And it may exist outside of our known reality. And it can only interact with us by using this force. But that's one of the ways that I square it. I don't know if it's true. I don't know exactly how it works, but I've personally run into it.
Ooh, that's interesting. You said interacting with which force specifically, and then you have interacted with it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now I'm interested. I mean, in what way have you interacted with it?
Well, I've talked about this before. I did a prayer, and I got an immediate answer, but it's a personal prayer. Like, I'm not opposed to talking about it one-on-one, but it's personal. And I don't really want it live streamed.
Sure, and you don't have to give the answer, but I guess, is there a possibility? You say you got an immediate response. I know that we oftentimes, not all humans, but oftentimes we have inner monologues of us talking to ourselves, even going back and forth when you're angry at yourself, you're yelling at yourself, things like this. There's any possibility that it wasn't a supernatural event?
The way that it happened, it could have been an extreme coincidence, but like it was quite the coincidence, and it involved stuff that was outside of my mind. Like, it wasn't God talking to me; it was God, like, setting events in motion that answered my prayer.
See, I know you don't want to say it. It just intrigues me even more because at once you're saying your mind did not know it, and yet the solution, as far as I could tell, is coming from your mind. Now you're saying it's clearly supernatural, but I want to know, man, what was that secret sauce that not Holy Spirit because you're not Christian, but whatever was coming in?
Yeah, the source of all religions is what I'd call it. Like, whatever thing interacts with people that causes them to want to create these religions. Like, I definitely agree with IX that there is this human element to it, but I don't believe that it's completely human-made. I think that there is a source where it all comes from. But getting off the prayer, what I am more comfortable talking about is one night I was having a panic attack, and I have a mala, if you know what that is.
Sorry.
It's like a string of beads, 108 of them. It's like a thing from the Vedic religions. So I just decided to put it all into God's hand and go around my mala and do my mantra. And when I got to the 108th bead, I felt this energy just rising up my spine all the way up. Like, I could feel it stop somewhere around my heart or my solar plexus. It may have even gone further than that, but after that, I was in like a state of heightened awareness and also, honestly, a bit of psychosis. But
Could I
it
give
was
you
weird.
an extremely armchair psychologist perspective, because I have no medical experience. But you said you were having a panic attack. First of all, I'm so sorry for that. But you were using beads to calm down. Not only calm down, but it seems like prayer, and I often relate prayer to kind of religious form of meditation. And could it have been through getting yourself calm, through being able to get yourself through that horrible mental state into a more clear one, that you lowered your heart rate? That's where that feeling of that heart comes from. And you were able to reach homeostasis and make your psychology feel much more stable, and probably a whole bunch more dopamine because you're coming back to normal.
I don't know. It's a possibility, but the energy it rised, for a lack of a better word, from my root chakra all the way up to my heart chakra, where those would be in the physical body.
I ask where the root would be.
Like around the butt.
Gotcha. But it does seem like you're saying that it was blood circulating, all the way around.
Maybe. It's just weird. It happened the moment that I reached the 108th bead. My eyes were closed. I didn't even know when I was going to the bead.
Have you done that before? Maybe set a pattern?
No, it was the first time that it had happened. Like, I've done it again to the extent, but I've never got that ecstatic state back. Oh, yeah, and also another knock against me. I was on like 100 milligrams of edibles.
That is definitely something I need data.
Yeah, but I've only been able to even approach that state with the energy rising up through my spine when I'm on it. Apparently, you can do it without it, but I suspect that's what they're talking about when they're talking about Kundalini. Like, they've described this way going back in the Vedic literature, or maybe Patanjali. I don't know. I don't know when it starts, the whole Kundalini talk, but that's what it seemed like.
So what you're describing is something that people also experience from different beliefs, including non-theistic beliefs. So people practice the same kinds of meditation from a variety of schools of thought. Even within India, there were entire schools of thought that didn't hold a theistic belief and that did exactly the same kinds of meditation practices and use the same terminology of yantras and sutras in terms of how they visualized, how they controlled their breath, etc. The techniques can produce these experiences regardless of what beliefs you hold. And it doesn't seem like there's, just because you have an anecdotal relationship between the prayer that you were thinking about and the beliefs you held at the time, there's not actually a correlation between some kind of experience like this and the divine being the only explanation for it, when there's abundant numbers of people who do the exact same things with no belief in the divine who still experience it.
Yeah, and I think that even if you don't believe it, you can access this source accidentally. I wasn't trying to access this source. I was just trying to stave off a panic attack.
But the source attribution is in your own head, right? Like, it could be the case that it is the source of the universe that causes you to have these feelings. But it seems like the scientific data that we have available is that people that do these particular breathing exercises, people that do these particular visualizations, people that do these particular types of sounds and chants people that do oxygen deprivation, which is one of the things that chanting does. Like, I mean, I don't know about you, but I get high if I start chanting or singing or talking for any prolonged period of time. The oxygen deprivation causes me to get a bit lightheaded, right?
Mhm.
That's why people love doing singing and chanting in every religion in the world where it's practiced, is they get high off of it, even without 100 grams of edibles. Just oxygen deprivation is a thing people do to get high. It causes hallucinatory and sort of out-of-body feelings.
Yeah. I'd say that there's a physical side to it, but the physical side is a way to access this. But I don't know. From your perspective, there is definitely a scientific explanation to it. I just don't know how, like the 108th beat, it just equaled the energy rising up through my spine. Like, it seems like there is physical evidence of, like, oxygen deprivation doing stuff, but it's just weird. I've managed to do it, at least part of it again, and I did it, the closest that I got to it, I felt the energy rising up, and I felt it rise up into my head, and then I got weakness on the right side of my body. Like, I couldn't feel the right side of my body anymore. Like, the energy improperly rised.
Hypnotists routinely say, I'm going to count to 10, and on the count of 10, something wild is going to happen to you. Whatever they say, typically people will, once they're suggestible and in a suggestible state, go along with and experience the thing that the hypnotist is saying on the count of 10. If you have a bead chain with 108 beads, and you know it has 108 beads, then of course that's your count to 10, right? You're saying on the 108th bead, something magical is going to happen. It's a significant number to you, right? It's the same kind of self-induced hypnosis. People do auto-hypnosis. People can self-visualize. People do guided meditations for this very reason, right? You're going to go into your cave and you're going to find your power animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a white ball of healing light. Like, anyone who's seen, movies like Fight Club has seen this sort of thing done. If you haven't been to one of these yourself, group meditation, it's fun. It can be very powerful. And I agree that you're accessing something through a physical process, which we would describe as like a mental experience. And some people would classify it as a spiritual experience. But you don't have to believe that that is the source of the universe or God or spiritual to enjoy the benefits of these types of meditations. There's also a whole secular world of meditative practice people sort of colloquially refer to as mindfulness, right? People who do all the same rituals, they experience what they report to be the same benefits. They just don't hold any supernatural beliefs about it.
All right. I mean, that's fair enough. But
Almost at 30 minutes. Do you have any closing remarks?
oh shoot! Like, I had some questions to ask Peterson about abiogenesis, but I don't know.
Can I give a final thing just to you, Reverse? Is that you are mostly deistic. I know that you're trying to reach for these texts in certain ways, almost trying to, I feel, give olive branches to other theists, but I can feel your deism. And I just want you to know there are alternatives for the things that you like. You can be able to do meditation and mindfulness and everything from the religious perspective. You can have it as well as in the secular.
Yeah, sure.
Did somebody say abiogenesis?
Yeah.
Oh, let's hear it.
All right.
And
Yeah,
then we'll go
I'd
on for our next guest. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching some anti-evolutionist on TikTok, and he was like, it's the Miller-Urey experiment, right? He was saying that, like, the ceramic in the flasks, that caused the amino acids to form.
No, it catalyzed the formation of some of the amino acids, but that's just from the original Miller-Urey experiment. It's been done since then, and they get similar results.
All right, he definitely did not say that.
Yeah.
And then also,
It wasn't Voice of Reason, was it?
I think it was Voice of Reason.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then also I heard there's a problem of like these early elements just not being able to survive a long time. Is that just patently false?
I don't even. Well, I don't know what that even means. I presume they mean like the early chemicals can't survive for very long. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to hear more than just that. That's too vague to even address. But
Oh yeah, they'd say like the amino acids would just dissolve it in the heat of the early Earth.
Just to discredit that they can survive on meteorites and asteroids out in space. They're able to survive extreme temperatures. And so I wish the creationists, instead of taking pot shots at science, would just present their own models. Not at you, Reverse, at that guy.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Fair enough. It's surviving on meteorites is a good evidence against that.
yeah, people also have absolutely no clue as to what the scope of how many of these molecules there actually are. Like, for example, a cubic millimeter of blood, not a cc, a cubic millimeter of blood, that's microscopic, has around 5 million red blood cells, which is an absurd number. And then you have to think that only about half the volume of that blood fluid is red blood cells. And a blood cell is quintillions of times bigger than a molecule. So multiply out that many times, and then you have an idea of just how many molecules there are in a cubic millimeter of fluid. And now just imagine tens of millions of years and thousands upon tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of seawater and an unimaginable number of chemical interactions going on for an absurd amount of time.
All right, fair enough. I actually
So-
didn't get to ask the original question I was going to ask, but yeah, it's been like half an hour.
I'm going to send you a paper. It's called The Origins of Cellular Life, and it explains the complex environment of the early Earth and how it has all the ingredients of lipids, nucleotides, and energy, which are necessary for the lipids to form a membrane and for the nucleotides to form long polymerized chains, some of which are going to behave like proteins, and eventually complex ones could behave like DNA and RNA. So
Oh,
just check
heaven,
your
yeah.
inbox. You'll have a message request with a paper.
If
All
you
right.
have, Ix, if there's a link, please share it in the main chat so I can put it to our YouTube audience as well, because I
Yep.
think they'll be interested also. And Reverse-Camus, you've left, but I just let you know, you mentioned meditation, so I did send a link to a video of a doctor. She's, I guess, not medical doctor, but she's got a PhD. She's did her thesis on the hidden risks of meditation, and it's quite interesting to listen to what she has to say. Hopefully that's helpful to you. So I think somebody's been waiting for a long time, but I don't see them in the audience. Oh, you're up here already, Autumn. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate you waiting, and look forward to hearing what's on your mind.
I just wanted to discuss like different variations of my idea because there's a lot of theists that hang around this Discord, and they try to prove God exists through presuppositionalism, and I don't know, for me that there's always like a layer of dishonesty when it comes to those kind of discussions, especially with the more notable names that come from this server and other servers. But I think
Are you an atheist?
no, I'm a Christian. But,
Oh, okay, no problem. That's just curious.
but I believe that there's. I don't think it's a more accurate way, but it's definitely more of an honest argument perspective, and it's mostly that belief in God is only it's only a faith-based endeavor. You can't find your way through God through philosophy or science or evidence or anything like that. It's either you have faith in it or you don't have faith in it. And for a lot of people, when it comes to the idea of having faith in something, it's either something that they're worried about having because there's no substantive evidence that support it, because otherwise it wouldn't be a reliable source. But for me, when it comes to faith, it's rather like believing in a God that I can't see, and more so having a reliant belief in something that provides an impetus for life and the universe.
An impetus for life in the universe. You're talking about creation, then?
Not I don't know about just creation, but just like the automation of life. It's something that, as far as like philosophy and science go, we haven't been able, or as far as I could tell, we haven't been able to have a descript manifesto of like the mechanics of that when it comes to the automation of life. You can't, as far as I can tell, you can't put a testable variation of how something has life. Like we can look at it like on a physical level. Like, does it have a beating heart? Does it animate? Does it have the ability to speak and all these other things that, you know, allow something to animate life and all that? But the actual origination of that is something that we can't identify, as far as I can tell. And for me, I think that aspect of animation is, I don't know if it's evidence, but it's something that leads me to have faith.
But can I?
And that's only one of my different perspectives on it, because the true origination of my faith in God is, you know, it comes from the observation of beauty and tragedy, and how those two coincided together. So,
Well, can I just point out that you said that faith is the way in which you go about your religion? I would push back a little bit on faith. I view it as a negative thing. And so I'd be interested in why you thought faith was a good thing over works.
when you say works, what do you mean? Just so that.
Well, I would say doing good, as in someone could
Oh.
live a entirely good life doing good to others, but they don't believe in your God, and they would still ultimately go to hell, correct?
For me, I can't decide whether or not if that's true, because there's different perspectives when it comes to that analysis, when it in the Bible specifically, when it comes to people who disbelieve after the New Testament and the Gospels, but I'm not entirely sure. If somebody like were Muslim, you know, and they worshipped Allah instead of Jesus, for me, a lot of Christians, they say no, they're not the same God. For me, I do believe that the Christian God that I worship is the same that Muslims worship. They only have a different interpretations of the Bible than I do. But for other religions like Buddhist or Hinduism and all that, my personal perspective on it is, I think that God reveals himself to different cultures in different ways, and how they practice that religion it's essentially just a different taste of God, as far as I know. Now, if they worship polytheistic gods, then I feel like that's something I can't touch on because I don't know.
But see, this is why, and I understand what you're saying. You're saying almost you're pro Team Abrahamic, and these other ones oftentimes you view negatively. But I'm almost saying this is why faith is bad, is people can use faith to get to completely opposite conclusions. And so what I think is better would be something like science. And to give an example, you brought up the origin of life. You say that your religion has an origin of life, but I would also contend that your religion has a explanation for how the diversity of life came to be, namely God and then God again with Noah. And we, at least from a scientific perspective, have an answer that works, and we know how animals came about with evolution. And so it's true that abiogenesis is a hypothesis becoming a theory, but with using science, we actually know a lot more about how to discern fact from fiction than to go back to the original point, faith.
And I am curious about something, Autumn. I like what Amy has to say here. You're talking about polytheism. You're not really seeing it as goddesses and gods. You're not accepting that because you're monotheism seems to be your bag because you're going your preference because you're going after the single god. I'm wondering, have you gone through the process of ruling out the possibility of polytheism, like multiple gods and goddesses working together to create everything, like the universe and everything, number 42, etc. I'm wondering if you've gone through the process, and if you have, how do you justify it being just one rather than a team of deities? Thanks.
Right. So to give like a short background on me, I used to be atheistic. I used to be agnostic. I used to be a solipsistic atheist before, and
Wow. Okay.
and before I went back into Christianity, I even ventured through Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism, and all these other things. I don't have like a succinct experience in those different religions, because in some of those I only followed them pretty shortly as like a personal like experiment, I guess. I don't know. But when it comes to polytheism and how I've exposed myself to it, as far as like my own experience and my own anecdotal experience, it's kind of limited. I don't really know too much about polytheism, something outside of my knowledge. That's why I try not to talk about it too much, but I guess
Okay,
for the
fair
sake of
enough.
the conversation, it's
Which I guess because of you're working with what you know, and I don't think that's unreasonable. What is which forms of polytheism did you get some exposure to? Like, was it Hellenic polytheism? That's the one with the Greek gods and their big dysfunctional families, or was it a Satru, the ones with Odin and Thor? Or was it Hinduism? Was it Buddhism? Was it something else?
it was Hinduism, Buddhism for a little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But instead of like the worshiping of gods in Buddhism and Hinduism, it was more so like the meditations and the mindfulness that comes from those different religions that I practice rather than the actual worshiping of a being or Buddha, you know. And I didn't get because for me my whole endeavor when it comes to seeing if God existed, it goes back to when I was like 12 years old. And ever since I was 12 years old, I've had like this obsession to philosophically, intelligently, scientifically, and all these other different ways to prove that God existed. And 15 years later, I'm 25 now. 13 years later, sorry. I have that conclusion that it's not something that you can prove scientifically, philosophically, otherwise, because there is no physical, empirical evidence that suggests that God exists. other than I mean, there is no other than, but it.
So the way I see it, like if there's a god or a goddess that who is somehow interacting with life or our world, surely there should be some kind of way to observe that interaction, because that interaction is changing things as we know it. So there should be some way to actually detect it. So the science stuff, we can't. I don't think we can discard the scientific perspective on this.
I think the way that a person can do that is by experiencing life through beauty and tragedy, pain and joy. That's my own personal philosophy on it. Is the degree of which you experience beauty and joy as opposed to tragedy and pain, they will lead you to the direction of whether you believe or don't believe. Now, somebody who believes extremely strongly, they could have gone through like some of the worst that life can throw at you. Like they could come out the wound being raped as a baby or something like that, you know, like the absolute worst that you can think of. Or they can come out, you know, with all the freedoms and gifts. Like they get born into a family that's wealthy, they go to the best schools and they have the best jobs and they have the best friends and they have the best relationships, all these different things, and they can still come out the other end saying, yeah, I don't believe in God. That isn't to say that it's like a strict formula. It's more so like a flexibility of whether or not a person is willing to search for God with a softened heart, and that's something that's explained in the Bible too. Like the more that you pursue God, or like seeking His face is what Christians say. But the more that you pursue God, the more you become inclined over time to have belief, and that can come from starting at like -100, and then like slowly getting into like the more, you know, having more faith in all these different things. So,
So what you're describing to me sounds like it's an emotional choice.
it is, yeah, it's absolutely
Okay,
an emotional
all right,
choice.
all
Yeah.
right.
Like
That's fair.
and there's different people all around the world who are smarter than me, smarter than everybody else in this Discord, that have foregone like the same and different conclusions as me, and other people here. Like there are people who are just as smart, who have just as much knowledge, just as much study, who either believe or disbelieve. And I don't
Well, I know
think
how that feels. Everybody on this panel is smarter than me.
I'm not smarter than you, I promise. I might be more linguistically inclined, but I'm definitely not smarter. But to like not finish it off, but like to continue my point, when it comes to like the softening and hardening heart, it's more so when you experience tragedy and pain, joy and beauty, you can either decide to allow those experiences in life to harden yourself, or to seek something that allows you to be, you know, to be able to be vulnerable with something. And the way I believe it is, when you look at the belief in God or the existence of God, if you look at it through a less guarded and more vulnerable lens, the more likely you're going to be going down a path that allows you to believe in God. Now, the same thing for vice versa in non-belief. When you become more guarded and you're not willing to allow yourself to be vulnerable to the things that allow you to see God exist and all these things. And like that also comes from beauty, tragedy, pain, and joy, and all, and then like the overall like consummate experience of life in general.
Now, do you think it's important for people to believe in this God, and if so, why is it important? Like, you did say, you did agree that it is an emotional decision based on what you're describing, and I do think that that's a fair answer on your part.
I think belief in God should not I don't know if it should be like the number one thing on people's priority list, you know, because you still have to live your life. You still have to be a responsible person. You still have to find things that you find to be, you know, beautiful and give you joy, and to experience pain and tragedy that push you further as a person, you know. But I do think that like it should be something that's important to everybody, because if you go your whole life without ever asking the question, is there life after death, kind of thing, you know? And then that idea will bring you to like this realization, oh, this is it. You know, this life that I live is the only thing that I will ever experience ever. And then come to the shock of like, yeah, one day it's gonna end. I'm never gonna be able to do the things that I love again, see the people I love, or, you know, participate with other people in fun and joy and all these things. And then to realize that like that is going to end one day, and then never be able to experience that again, that's something that's, you know, philosophically and you know, evolutionarily, like something hard to contend with. And maybe like for the sake of argument, to steel man like the atheist view, this is all just a cope, you know. Everything I'm saying is just cope.
Well, I don't get from religion the impression that there's any belief that this is the only life we have, because religions, at least most of the religions anyway, promote the idea of an afterlife, a life after death, which contradicts the concept of death, which is it's final. I do think people are very much afraid of loneliness, and death might represent the most extreme loneliness in its most extreme form, and that could be part of the motivation. I do think a lot of religions are predatory in the sense that their officiants and representatives play into this to try to attract people into it. And I'm actually, as an atheist myself, always have been through my life. That's it. I won't care anymore after I'm dead. Once I'm dead, because I won't be able to care. I'm not even going to be aware. Like, that's the end of it. From what it looks like to me, from what I've learned about science over the years, which I'm not an expert in science, but this makes a lot of sense. Like, there's everything to support this, and nothing so far substantial to support an afterlife. So it's not something that concerns me, but I know a lot of people are concerned about it. A lot of people are worried, and I do think this creates unnecessary stress, because I see people trying to figure out what the one or multiple deities that run the afterlife, depending on which religion they're part of, is how they can please them to make sure they get better treatment in the afterlife. And to me, that's a distraction from living the best life you can live now. You know, we've got this one life. We've got people around us who are very nice to converse with. To me, it makes more sense to spend time with people who are interesting to converse with. You, for example, and others on the channel today, and the other people on this panel who I know. And I've just met Planet Peterson for the first time today. I'm looking forward to talking with him more. But you know, there's one life to live. Where do we prioritize putting our time and effort? Do we put it into what's here and now, and getting some kind of satisfaction out of trying to improve the world as we can improve it today for future generations? Or do we try to live our life based on what some ancient people think we should live it as? I don't think ancient people should have any influence over how we live our lives today. I think we need to make these decisions for ourselves and continue to move forward and continue to enjoy the fantastic benefits of progress that we can get by not holding ourselves back to the extremely restrictive and, in many cases, micromanagerial style of of celestial authoritarianism that comes from these past ideas.
Yeah, I agree with you on pretty much everything you said. The only thing that I want to add on to it, though, is when it comes to how people should live their life and all these other and the way that they should express their religion or lack thereof, I think it's true in the Bible where it says I forget one of the commandments or the verse. It says to love your neighbor as yourself and to love God with everything you can. And the reason why I think that's important, especially from the Christian perspective, is when you live an existence outside of an eternal responsibility, I guess, I don't know, or an eternal role, you leave the possibility of people, or like acts of people that allow them to do things without regard of consequence to how they make other people feel, and that can come from like how they treat their family, how they treat their friends, or lack of friends or colleagues, and all these other things, and then they can just live their life selfishly, and to basically like push themselves into more powerful positions in like a company or politics, etc., or like in a group of people. It doesn't matter if it's an organization or not. Like it leaves people the opportunity to act like not sociopathic, but like to a degree they can. And it permits that behavior in that there's no consequence to themselves. They're allowed to do whatever they want, however they want, and say whatever they want. And that doesn't mean that they will. That doesn't mean that applies to every person, because people they still have feelings and emotions. But for the people that don't have that extension, that means they won't do it and they won't care.
So you mentioned about treating the neighbor like thyself. We did just talk about this earlier in today's show. It sounds a lot like the golden rule, that thing, and I do see that as problematic, because how I want to be treated is not necessarily how somebody else wants to be treated. That's why I came up with an improvement on the golden rule, which I think is flawed for that very reason, because it's not compatible with the way people have different preferences. So what I created is, and I posted it in the Discord chat in case you wanted to take a copy or just look at it. It says the golden preference is to strive to treat others in accordance with their preferences. And this is, to me, I think a much better approach than what the older Bible is saying. Now, a lot of people like the sound of it. It's an axiom. It's popular, but axioms aren't necessarily correct. They're just well known. And so I do think that people get caught up in these axioms sometimes, and then they end up giving out bad advice. I do consider the golden rule to be bad advice. And that's why I did something about it and created the golden preference. Get rid of the authoritarian aspect of calling it a rule and stuff like that. And put the word strive, started off with the word strive to kind of represent that we understand that we may not be able to do this, but it is our intention to go forward in life this way. So that's, and I'm going to guess, though, that you probably mean something more along these lines when you're talking about how to treat your neighbors. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's not so much just kindness and just being nice to other people. It's and to like treat people how you want to be treated and all these things. I think in context of like biblical scripture, I don't know how contextual it is, but as far as I can tell, it's not a passive role in being kind to other people. It's not so much the same thing as the golden rule, because the golden rule is just, and I agree with you, I don't like the golden rule, But the problem with the golden rule is just being nice to people, and that's not conducive to the Christian faith, and neither is it in my own personal experience. It's more so like doing acts to people, or like enacting things with people, or people around you, and all those things, but that I can't find the word.
Well, I'll just quickly point out that the golden rule actually is in the Bible. But carry on. Yeah.
No, I know, but this is a different verse that I'm talking about. It's something that Jesus actually said. I forget what it says exactly. But to enact like an active position of loving somebody else, and that can be like in different formulations of it. It's not just being nice to somebody. And I believe, like, even with your preference rule, it's still,
Well,
it's
it's not a rule.
consistent to that.
It's not a rule. I was very
The golden preference. Yeah, sorry, I just kind of glimpsed at it again.
no problem.
But the but to enact love on somebody, it's not just being nice to them. Like, you do and say things to people that you love and care about that are not always nice, like, and it's not just a simulation of tough love and all these things, but it's also like pushing a person beyond their limits to achieve something greater than themselves in that moment, or to be there for somebody through tragedy, or to
Well, and pushing people beyond their means doesn't work for everybody. It works for some people. So there's a nuance there that needs to be considered
I
as
agree
well
with you.
when
I
doing
agree
it.
with you.
Yeah.
But I'm also taking into account of the I say it. I'm not just saying like every person is willing to do that. It's strictly relationship based.
Yeah, relationships is a very important part. Amy or IX or anybody else here, you have anything you'd like to add to this conversation, please feel free.
I
Uh,
do. Oh no,
I
go ahead.
never answered your question, Amy. What was your question earlier?
Well, and I will say, after uh one more back and forth, I actually do have to go help my parents in real life. But it has been a fantastic conversation. But my question really got at the difference between faith and science, because with faith, I think there is the ability to be wrong using the exact same methodology. So you could say, maybe you agree that the Muslim God and the Christian God are sharing, but you are saying at least there are some gods that are right and some gods that are wrong. And yet I would imagine someone of the Hindu faith would say, oh, no, God exists. You just need to understand, but our gods
Yeah.
are right and they're wrong. And so what you have in science is this nice, even, eventually non-biased method, because if someone tries to inject their bias, then hopefully the system catches them, and you can be atheist, you could be theist, and all of us can make grounds using science. I think is the better tool over faith.
So the only thing that I have to say, like, in argument to that, is the problem that I have with science is it's always been the observation of reality, basically. And it only tells us the what components is in, the universe and stuff like that. It doesn't always give us the why. Sometimes it does. But the more important questions that I have when it comes to reality and things, it's not conducive to the why, or even the where. It only gives us what, how I don't know, something simple like the water cycle. That's something that we can't physically observe unless we use cameras and stuff like that. But as far as like pure, like, human observation without tools and
Can I stop you for 1 second? can I show you why science is a better answer just using the water cycle? Because science answers how questions, not why questions, and why questions are not what we want to ask. We want to ask how. So, for example, you could ask, why does it rain? But the better question is, how does it rain? How does it actually collect water through evaporation, make clouds, and then start to rain again? And so I still think that that ends up being the better methodology. I feel bad. Well, I'll let you have your final say on what you were going to say, and then I'm going to send love to all of you.
Oh, Amy, Defreak doesn't want you to go. They wrote that in the
Oh,
YouTube.
really? Oh, sending so much love to Freak. I don't want to go yet. My parents are doing like a remove. They painted their house, and then guess who got volunteered to help move them stuff back in?
I know the feeling.
So when it comes to the water cycle, the reason why it's important to me to ask the question why, it's because the question why has a lot of emotional conduciveness to it. And like we can ask the question like why does it rain, but I feel like in an emotional sense there's not much to go off of that except for like through artistic and symbolistic, but like the more important questions like why are we alive rather than how are we alive. Like the how we are alive is a simplistic in terms of depth rather than why, you know, like, and we can go down like the path of like the reason why we're alive is conducive to how we choose to live our life and all the ways that we choose to. But I don't think that I don't think just the how is enough for me. If I don't have the why for things, then I don't think there's a lot of substantiveness to it. And I'm not saying science and philosophy is incorrect for that. For some people, the how is all that they need. But for me, I need the why, and I need the what, and I need all the other W's. You know.
Well, they tell us in advertising that you try to sell people a story. You try to attach a story to the data, and then you're able to connect with people on a different level. I guess what I'm just trying to separate is the difference between when we're trying to inspire people and when we're trying to understand the facts. Because just to give one last example, I keep on saying one last, but you could say, you could ask your parents, why do you exist? And it could be, well, we were at the carnival one time and I wasn't supposed to be seeing her and yada, yada, yada. And you have this long story. And then the how is sex. You're right. It is a lot simpler, harder to connect because it's straight raw data. And that's oftentimes at least what we want in science. We're not interested why you fell in love. It's more, how'd you make the baby?
Yeah, and that's kind of my issue with it, like altogether, because like I said before, it doesn't have the emotional conduciveness that I need. And like I said before, like I think science is useful, and I mean that'd be stupid to say if I were to say otherwise. You know, I'd just be an idiot. But and philosophy is a good contrarian to that in suppositiveness too. You can use science with philosophy, and you can use philosophy with science more, and vice versa. But you can't use religion and faith with either one of those, as far as I can tell. And I think there's no way to convince an atheist to to believe in God through argumentation. I don't think that's possible. I think the only way that a person comes to believe in God is through a testimonial experience that succumbs their perspective through joy, pain, tragedy, and joy and did I say beauty, tragedy, pain, and joy? But
yeah,
and that's really what it comes down to. If you at some point in your life come down to that conclusion of whether or not you believe in God, then all the power to you, really. But
I
there's no
I know.
scientific or perspective that you can come to that allows you to, other than
I
your
actually
own
know
personal
theists.
emotional decision.
I actually know religious people who got convinced through argumentation to start believing in a god. And Pascal's wager isn't the only set of arguments that's worked on people. There's all kinds of different things. So maybe you just haven't met any.
Oh darn it! He just left.
Most Christians were kind of stupid, though. Most of them are stupid.
I don't know.
And I'm not
That's not
saying
been my
that to be
experience.
insulting. I really mean
I
that.
got to push back because that's not been my experience. They're just like anybody else who's not religious. I find that the intelligent levels doesn't seem to change. What I will advocate for, though, is to become religious, you need to have a little bit more knowledge about and basically what it is about what you're believing in. So you need to kind of have some understanding, some knowledge in the sense of understanding or being aware of what it is that you're believing in before you can believe in it. So there is a higher minimal intelligence requirement to being a theist than there is to being an atheist. So that's the
I
only I
agree
would say.
with you.
Otherwise, the
I
intelligence
was just
levels are
trying
the
to be
same.
funny.
The spectrum is the
I was just
same.
trying to be cute a little bit.
Okay, yeah, but I
Yeah.
push back against that because I do find that there are brilliant people who are theists and brilliant people who are atheists, and right down to the lack of intelligence completely on both as well. So I don't see any correlation there.
I
So
got you.
just my final point, though, Autumn, is that just like I've been saying with other theists, that there's an alternative community. I understand why you're saying story. Speaking of why it's important, because it is maybe part of culture enrichment. It is what gives our life meaning. I still think that you can find that outside of religion. For the example, we often talk about how we are made of stardust, how just life is amazing. You can look at just the products, even going with we know how we made our children. We can still look at our children and say that they're amazing and take pride in their achievements and ours and our families. And so there is an alternative to the stories of life and still have the amazing system, peer review, science, because then we can actually discern fact from fiction, which is something we cannot do with faith. I'm going to hand it over to you and my skeptic brothers and sisters, but what I should say is that you should all like, follow, subscribe to Randolph Richardson and Taco. I love you, Ix, and Planet Peterson. It was lovely having you on. I just want to say sorry for my ADD, especially with PMars and presuppositionalism, because you seem like an awesome person. But I love you, Taco, and love you all.
Thank you, Amy. We all love you too. I'm very glad that you're here with us.
Thank you for the
Have a great day.
conversation,
Say hi to your
Andy.
parents for us.
Thank you.
All right, Autumn. Do you have any closing remarks?
So there is one thing I wanted to point out. I don't know if that's actually him. So just be ready for Barthologist. He's kind of notorious in the server. He's I'll
Okay,
I'll
yeah.
let you guys
You know,
figure it out when you talk to
just
him.
say
But
we know him. It is legitimately him. But yeah, thank you, Autumn, for joining us.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed the conversation with you. Did you have any final points you wanted to make about what you were saying before you go?
Just whenever you guys get into conversations with presuppositionalists on this server, and you'll be running into them a whole lot, just know that there's no logical way that you can win those arguments, because fundamentally those conversations are laid out with dishonesty. But that's all I have to say about that. But I hope you guys have a great day. I'll continue to stay in the audience, but I hope you guys have a good one. Thank you for the
Thank you so
conversation.
much, Autumn. We appreciate the
Yeah.
interaction with you. This was a great conversation. Hello, Barthologist. How are you today? Grand Puba Barthologist. Congratulations on your promotion, I guess. Welcome. What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, self-promoted. Oh, nothing. I came up to say what's up. Taco reminded me earlier today that you guys were doing this, so I figured I'd stop by and just support you guys, just come in and say what's up.
I know you said LSF wanted to come up with you. I don't see him in the audience.
Yeah, I was if I'm trying. He's eating lunch right now. Hold on, I'm trying to get him. So I think he.
Our audience, well, we are live right now, so our audience, some people may not be familiar with you. You're a theist, you're a Christian, I believe, and you have some views. Is there something you wanted to talk with us about here?
Oh, nothing. I just was just looking forward to like the latest argument for atheism, or maybe the updated version, the 2024
Oh, okay.
atheism
So,
2.0. I was just kind of looking for that sort of interaction today. Like I always
well,
am, but I'm usually disappointed. But
so
hopefully,
atheism doesn't require any arguments because not believing in deities is not necessarily a position. It's just a characteristic of what most atheists are. We're just people who don't believe in any gods or goddesses. So
Somebody born
there's
in a complete vegetative state is an atheist.
That's true. Yeah, so because one of the prerequisites for believing in a god or a goddess is to have at least a partial concept of what that god or goddess is. Otherwise, it's impossible to believe in it. So we can go through life completely ignorant of what this concept is, not have any belief, or we can be aware, like myself, I'm aware of what these concepts are, and they vary depending on who you talk to. The Christian one is pretty straightforward when you just look at the basics, and then there's a bunch more added onto it. I don't believe in any of those things. So if I
can we
was
go
to take
back to what Planet said though? What did he say again? He said that what? Who's an atheist?
Okay, I'm just trying to finish what I'm saying. He said
Yeah.
people born in a vegetative state. But what I'll say is that, for me, I don't. If I was to hold a belief that there are no deities, then I'd be taking a position I would have to justify. I'm not holding that position in most cases. So that's fine. Now, again, your point about wanting justification for atheism, I really don't think is there. The only justification is that there are people who don't believe in deities, and that's it. So I really think it's that simple. It's not complex like a religious deity, like a god, the Christian god or something. It has quite a lot more to it. So that's my view. But if you want to go back to respond to that or go back to Planet Peterson, that's up to you.
No, that was beautiful. But what
Thank you.
Planet said there was weird because he said that the person is in a vegetative state. What
Yeah,
is that?
they're an
Born in a
atheist.
Vegetative
vegetative
state. Vegetative state just means his body can't move. That doesn't mean his mind is not working. Correct?
Born in a vegetative state.
Yeah,
is what he said.
their brain obviously works because they are alive.
So then, how would they? So then, if they could have thoughts, then yeah, then how would that make them an atheist? I don't understand that. Can you elaborate what that
You're
means?
claiming that people born in vegetative states believe in God?
I
The
don't even
Christian
know
God
what being
specifically?
born in a vegetative state. So you would have to clear that up first, is what I'm saying. I never said anything. I'm trying to understand what a vegetative state to me means that you still have brain function, but you
Yep.
can't move your body. Is that correct?
Yep. These are people. They're conscious. They have some sort of conscious experience. It's very different from the one you or I have. And they don't believe in God. Just like I
Well,
don't.
well, okay. All right. So unpack that for me, bud, please. I really want to understand what you're saying.
I honestly don't think I can make it any simpler than that.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You're
Well,
you're
it's a you
saying that
problem, not a me problem.
So why even make a comment if you're not going to go into the explanation?
Because it was
That's we were here to talk.
extremely simple, and you just can't grasp it. I guess I don't know.
I can't see how you and someone, unless you're calling yourself that, are this. Do you consider yourself a vegetative state mentally or physically?
No, I'm
I don't
telling you that
understand
I
how
don't
you're
believe in God
comparing. Oh, okay. So how is that compared to someone in a vegetative state when they
because
can
they
still
don't
have
believe in
thoughts?
God.
Yeah, but how is it that somebody can't move their physical body equivalent to someone not believing in God? That sounds weird. I mean,
Are
it
you
just
are
doesn't
you being
sound right.
deliberately obtuse, or are you just
No.
trying to buy time so you
If
can
I
come up
can't,
with a counter
if I
argument?
can't move
The
my
idea that they
body,
can't move their arms has something to do with what they believe in. You'd
Is
have to
it?
be trolling or just biding time to
That's
make
what
that
you
argument.
said. That's what you
No,
said. You
that's not
said,
the implication for what I said, and it's plainly
oh,
obvious.
well, then maybe you need to clarify what you're explaining.
Maybe you need to
because a
learn how to think.
vegetative state. Well, I could think and I can move my arms. You're saying a guy that could
Great.
think and
That
can't
has
move his
nothing
arms.
to do with what you believe in.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. So, could that person? You're saying that person can't hear, see, talk, taste? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
and they don't
describing?
believe in God. Yeah, they don't believe in God. That's what I'm telling
Well,
you.
they don't have any beliefs.
Great, including
That's
a belief in God.
Well, that's what I mean. So if he can't have any beliefs, he can't
Then
distinguish
they're
one from the
atheists.
other.
Yeah,
Hang
there you
on,
go.
No,
They're
that
atheists.
hang on.
they
Hang on, hang on.
they're not even communicating.
We
Yep,
need to
they're
stop
If they
here for a
can't
second. We need to
communicate,
stop for a sec, guys. Stop for a sec.
yeah, I don't know what this guy's saying.
That
No,
they're
no, no.
atheists. It's
hang on,
extremely
hang on.
simple.
He's not saying they can't have beliefs. He's just saying they don't believe in any deities, right, Peterson?
Yeah, it's extremely simple. They don't
so
believe in God.
So someone that doesn't see, can't hear, can't speak, can't taste, can't talk or walk or feel, what beliefs do they have?
Maybe none,
So then,
including a belief in God. So they're atheists.
well, an atheist would have to you have to accept the God position in order to reject it.
You literally
So
don't.
you're not.
No, I don't reject it. I
I
don't
just
believe
explained
it.
why you don't have to.
Wait, but you have to know that it's what it means, right?
No, you
Nope.
literally don't, because not
So you
believing
don't
something
believe in
is
blue
not
blue blah?
rejecting it.
You don't believe in blue blue blah?
No,
Do you know what it is?
no.
How do you not? How can you not believe in something you don't know what it? So there's these
Because
things
I'm
in the
because I'm
world
not
right
making
now
up. Because believing
that
is
you
a
don't
positive
know about.
claim. Yeah,
Think about
belief
all the
is a
things that
positive
you
claim.
don't know about, right?
I just talk
You're
over
saying
you. I
you don't
have no problem
believe.
doing
You
that.
don't believe in those
Belief
things,
is a
right?
positive claim,
Oh,
and
he's just
rejection
coming
is
in
a
with it.
positive
I
claim.
don't know
But
why he's.
not believing is not
Hey,
a
one at a
positive
time.
claim.
Can you control the stage, guys? He's putting his phone in his mouth.
It's
Thank
okay.
you,
But
Alyssa, for
one
coming
at
in.
a time, guys. Come on.
Yeah, please. So first, for something to be falsifiable, right? It has to be present or tangent, or it has to be something in order to be falsified. If something's not there, you can't unfalsify. Like you can't unfalsify. You can't unfalsify 2 + 2 = 4. Right? It's an
That's
abstract
ontological.
thing.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's
fucking Christ.
ontological. We were talking epistemological, so we were moving into ontological. We can do that.
I always go into ontological first. There's no way you can have epistemology without ontology. So
We started off that way, and you said
obviously.
my description was beautiful, and I did describe how we need to conceptualize something before we can believe in it.
Well, no. You said that's the reason why you don't defend atheism. And I said that was beautiful.
Atheism is
I
not
did.
a positive claim.
It's not a positive point. That's why. No.
Correct.
Then you didn't listen to what. Then you didn't listen to what Randolph is saying, because he said that's the reason why he doesn't take that position, because then he would have to defend that. That's exactly what he said. Are you not paying? Are you not on the same stage?
No,
as me?
I do not think that's what he
Can
said.
we kick this guy off the stage then? Because he's just. I think he's trolling and he's not letting the
Okay,
conversation.
he's one of the panel members today, so
Oh.
we're not going to get into that now. I'll clarify what I said. I did say that the prerequisite for belief in something is having at least a partial concept in what it is you're believing in. So, as an atheist, there are all these different deities I have no concept of, that I don't believe in, because I can't hold a belief in them because I don't have a concept of what they are. That doesn't preclude me from being an atheist. That is why I'm an atheist.
Mr. Planet, did you hear what he said?
Sort of.
Did you agree with what he said?
Not sure.
What are the parts that you were unsure of?
Most of it. So if you want to know what my position on atheism is that I don't believe in God, just like a person in a complete vegetative state doesn't believe in God. I do not make the positive claim that God does not exist. God might exist.
too.
I just don't
I'm on the
believe
same
it.
page.
Yep, there we go.
Me too. I'm in the same page here.
Yep, so I'm not making a positive claim. It's just like aliens. Aliens might exist. It's possible that they exist, but I don't have any specific beliefs about aliens. I don't have a belief about what color they are, how many arms or legs they have, or anything like that. They could exist, but I just suspend any belief in them, specific belief in them.
So what about
Logically
you? Is
possible
it
that a God? Is it logically possible that a God can exist? Hang on, Bob. Is it logically possible that a God can exist?
Who is that a question for?
Are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure, not the Christian God. That's obviously impossible.
But it is logically possible for there to be a God. Just
No,
typically.
because you claim that he's all knowing, yet if you just like literally read Genesis 18, he has to go down to Sodom and Gomorrah to see for himself because he doesn't know.
You're exhausted. So I have a different framework to your kind of trad classical model of God. So if that's logically possible, it's logically possible there could not be a God. It's logically possible that there could be a God that no one's defined yet, deistic gods. So what we're saying then is atheism, and I could be wrong, but it's both are possible, and we don't have the access to say which is true or false. Would you agree?
Is
No.
it yeah, I don't even know what that meant really.
Oh, okay. Well, it's logically do I have to say this again? It is logically possible that the Christian God is. It's logically possible
I don't assert
that
that.
there are.
Is he
Actually, the Christian-
conking it out? Is he
I'm asking about
conking it
logical
out for me?
possibility.
I think I understand what he's saying. He's asking if we think it's logically possible for the Christian God to exist, and this is one of the
No.
deities.
That's not what he said.
I'm
That's
actually
not what he
voting
said.
against. Okay.
It's not what he said. It's not what he said. It's not what he said.
What did he say then?
Saying a God that's undefined, a God that we don't yet, nobody has yet defined, for example. Would that be logically possible?
I'm going to call that sophistry. Just because we've not defined something doesn't mean it's not there. There are probably planets out there we're not aware of that we've not defined. That doesn't mean they don't exist.
So what you're saying is it is logically possible.
I'm
You can't find a contradiction yet. There isn't one.
So again, this is why I'm calling this sophistry, because how is this relevant to our conversation?
It's called logic. If you, I know you atheists don't use it, but that's because you can't think like a normal human.
So you're
You
saying
guys can't do-
atheists are
You guys
not
think
normal
1
humans?
times 3 is 1.
So I would say it would be both nomologically impossible and metaphysically or broad metaphysical basically logical possibility. But I basically say it's logically impossible that your God, the Christian God, cannot exist. That would be a logical impossibility that your God could exist. That is impossible for it
Whose
to
God are you
exist.
talking about? Whose God are you talking about?
The Christian
Mine
God.
or Barthologist?
So any
Dude,
God
there
that
isn't
says
a Christian
mind
God.
that exists
Dude.
without space, time,
Dude,
or body.
you're showing off. Yeah, dude, it's just
Showing
that
off?
you just cannot stop yourself.
So he's not
I
allowed to
don't
speak
believe
on
in what you
interrupted.
think of as the Christian God. You never asked.
So the Christian God
But yeah,
is
you think
logically
I believe.
impossible.
Why are you criticizing? Why are you not talking to me? Because you are attacking something that's not even an argument. This is a fallacy, dude.
Does your
Pointing
God
at
have
something
a
that I am
mind,
not pointing at.
LSF?
Does my God have a mind?
I like how you got offended on your
Do
own
tell me.
behalf. And because we were talking to Barth, and then you come in here
actually
and pick up the
don't.
conversation in the middle. And then we're saying all these things, and you go, oh, well, what? I don't believe those things. Well, then maybe you should have been here on time.
Does your God have a mind,
Who?
LSF?
Who? Have you
You're
got an
saying
argument?
that
Or you're just going to cry.
Does your God have a mind,
What is a
LSF?
mind?
Planet, you're comparing
You're asking me
yourself
a
to something
question, and I
that
want you
doesn't
to define
in
the
a
word mind
vegetative
because I
state.
don't understand the question. It's a,
Yeah, just a standard definition of mind that anybody would use when discussing this topic. I'm not going to go into precise definitions with you on stuff like mind and consciousness, as it's not necessary here. I'm asking, does your God have a mind, as in like the consciousness that would be a product of a brain that allows you to have conversations and then get on
No.
a day-to-day basis?
no, it doesn't.
So your God would be unconscious?
I don't know if I'd call it unconscious.
Does your God have a will?
Do you
Can
require
you tell us
space and
anything
time
you
to be
know about your
conscious?
God?
He's asking us to talk about, make a logical determination about a deity he can't even describe. That's why I call
Okay,
it
no,
sophistry, because it is
you haven't
sophistry.
asked.
No,
Why don't you
I was
it's
talking about
sophistry.
the Christian
You're putting-
God
you're- hang
when
on,
I was
hang on,
saying
hang
it
on,
was
hang on.
logically impossible,
No.
right?
Hang on. You're putting forward sophistry, basically. You're putting forward a hypothetical that isn't even properly formulated. So, give us something that we can work with. Otherwise, we're just going to ignore it.
Oh, so is your question, how would I define my God? Rather than you stick things in my mouth and say, what do you call this word? So my God is unity. It's just purity, unity. It's
What does that
one
mean?
thing, one entity.
That's not a God. That's just unity.
It has divinity. It is spirit. It is
It's
in
all
the
meaningless.
world called.
This is
Okay, so it's
called
supernatural.
the
Okay,
divine spark.
so it's supernatural.
This is all meaningless.
yeah, these are just words.
Yeah, and so are yours. And when you
I
say,
know.
I don't
That's
know
why.
if God
That's why I
exists,
call it
naturalism,
sophistry.
cry about it then.
Oh, I'm not crying. I'm not unhappy here. I'm actually holding back my laughter because this is such a ridiculous idea that's been put forward.
Well, this
Can you
this
give
is
us? Can you
this
give
is
us
the thing.
some kind of cogent idea to work with here?
Yeah, because I could just claim eeny, meeny, miny, mo is unity. It is everything.
Well, this is the thing, right? He said he started the conversation. This guy Planet with complete sophistry, saying that he and this person in a vegetative state that has nothing, basically just just breathing, laying on a bed, breathing in a vegetative state. That he and this person in a vegetative state are equal when it comes to the existence of something they know nothing about.
Yeah, we're both atheists.
Do you
yeah,
think that's it?
very, very obviously true.
That's pure sophistry. What he's
It
describing.
literally isn't.
And now
Because
he's over.
I'm not
Can
talking
we
about.
control this person. All right,
I'm
just
not
gonna mute
talking
up.
about things that
I
can't
don't
be
know what you're talking
defined.
about.
We understand what a person in a vegetative
No,
state is like.
you and a
Just
person
new
in a
atheism,
vegetative
Bart.
state. He is comparing himself to someone who is deaf, dumb, and blind that
Yeah,
can't move his
that's not
body.
sophistry, Bart.
That's what does that mean? Like you have to define that. Like you're
Actually,
comparing yourself right now to someone in a vegetative state that's deaf, dumb, and blind.
so
That's
What a
ridiculous.
fucking
Let me
moron.
just draw
You
my
are
argument,
you are
by the
actually
way.
the dumbest person I have talked to all
I
day.
have no idea what
stop.
you're even saying.
Let's stop the name calling. Come on. So Barthologist.
No, deaf, dumb,
I'm
and
not.
blind means
Planet.
deaf, dumb, and
Planet. No,
blind.
I'm not talking about you,
Explain.
Barthologist. I wasn't talking about you. So we're not going to call these people dumb. That's not the right thing to do. Barthologist,
them.
Planet Peterson did get specific in the hypothetical he brought up about a person in a vegetative state. All that stuff was cogent and easy to understand. What LSP brought up. Hang on. I'm not finished. So LSP, what he brought up was not well defined, and it had all kinds of stuff missing from it, was not cogent enough to work with. That's the difference.
I didn't actually bring it up. Somebody strawmanned my argument. I was simply talking about the logical possibilities that Planet Peterson said about the possibility of UFOs. So I asked a couple of questions about logical possibility. You lot strawmanned it, ran it. Taco ran his atheist pre-sup when I don't believe those things that he's criticizing, and stuck the standard Christian God on me. So you did, and then you started asking me for definitions of God. I didn't come here to give you a definition of God. Can you remember the beginning of the conversation, Taco?
And how can you ask if your God is logically impossible?
That's all I was talking about.
How can you ask for that if you can't define your God?
Doesn't understand how it works. Why are you
How can you ask for that if you
speaking?
can't define your God? You got to define your God.
I'm not defending a God when I talk about logical possibility, am I? I'm defending logical possibility.
Well, you would need to define your God, because logical impossibility would be defined by contradiction in terms, right? So if there was a contradiction in terms, you could be like, yeah, this thing's logically impossible.
Oh my God. You don't falsify something with a contradiction. You understand that?
Wow.
You don't. That's not how you falsify something. You do realize that. You don't say, "Oh, let's wait until there's something that you can't explain, and then that means it can't exist."
Logical possibility just means there's no contradiction.
Yes, it does.
Are you saying that something that is a contradiction can exist?
Linguistically?
Logical
So
possibility.
if there was a contradiction, it would be logically impossible.
Correct.
There you go. You agree with me.
So something can exist that has no contradictions in it. Is that what you're saying?
I was saying logical possibility deals with the thing in question not having a contradiction.
So if I explain something that doesn't have a contradiction, you're saying that automatically exists. Is that what you're saying?
No, it would be logically possible. That doesn't mean it's nomologically possible. It just means that it's like broadly metaphysically possible, right?
That's
so
all
where's
I
the
was asking.
contradiction? Yeah, where's the contradiction in saying, is it possible that a God could exist? Where's the contradiction in that?
Well, it would be on the specific God. Like if somebody said there was a mind without a brain, that would be a logical impossibility.
That wasn't the question. This is why he's getting so annoyed.
I just addressed your question directly.
Can you answer? Listen, Randall, can you take over this conversation? Because I don't understand why he's adding things when he's just talking about logical possibility.
So Bart, you've already asked Barthologist. You've already asked us to kick somebody off the panel, which went nowhere fast, and now you're asking us to manage things differently. I think
I'm just asking if
you wanted, and you're interrupting me now. You wanted to bring somebody else on, which we normally don't do here, and you've gotten the result you wanted, where things turn into a bit of mayhem. So this is on you. So if you guys want to have a proper conversation with us, then let's go. Let's do that.
Yeah. Let's have the proper conversation.
Okay.
So
who said? Run with the logical. Run with why Christian God can't exist according to Taco
because he
the
doesn't
classical
know.
definition or whatever he's using.
Because he's omniscient, but he has to go down to Sodom and Gomorrah to see for himself, because that's the only way he will know.
Oh, do you think the Bible is literally true?
I would just point out that a mind requires a brain.
Consciousness may not, or you can't have, or you might not get it out of AI. Is it logically possible that AI could become conscious? Taco?
Go ahead and give the logical argument if you think it is.
We could easily extend it by altering my prior statement to mind requires some type of physical substrate. Which ultimately would consist of energy, right?
Oh, don't bother.
What are we talking about?
No,
he's right. He won't get it.
He's bringing in his quantum field idea, which is just a joke pre-sup. Yeah.
Actually,
me and you do need to have a conversation about that, because I'm going to explain quantum field theory to you in detail. And so there are not just one quantum field for a start. It depends what you're working with. I'll explain it all for you. But until then, dude,
So what this
you've got
planet
sarcasm.
guy
That's all
said.
you've got.
Yeah, so this planet guy said because he has to come down to creation, he can't exist. That was his. I don't understand. Like, where's the contradiction in that then? If you want to
Okay.
use
If
the law
I
of
already,
non-contradiction as being, why are you speaking then? This is
because
what
you
I
asked
mean
a
about you
question.
guys. But I wasn't finished.
Okay, so you're going to ask a question
Why
and
does it
then
have to
and
be?
then go
Why
off
does it
and
have
then
to
go
be a
on
chit
and
chat?
on and on about
I'm not
nothing.
going to
for a
go on
while.
and
Go
on and on.
ahead.
I let you go on and on and on. And
I already
wait
know
until
your
you're done.
question, so I'm prepared to answer it. But go ahead.
All right. Well, let me finish the thought here. So you're presupposing a lot here. You're using the Sodom and Gomorrah story as a basis for bringing up some sort of contradiction in the Christian God or something like that. I don't even know. So what is it about this story or the aspect of one story that you have trouble with? That I've never heard this before.
I don't have. That's amazing because this is only like the 18th chapter of the Bible. You'd think you would have got to this point. So
I've never heard anyone use this as an argument. So
okay. So if I have to open a box to know what's in it, does that mean that before I opened the box, I possessed all knowledge?
why are you sidestepping? I asked.
I'm
you
not. I'm
mentioned
just.
Sodom
I'm
and
asking
Gomorrah.
you a very simple question, so you
I'm
can't
not going to
weasel
answer
out of
any
it.
other question.
Wow, why are you?
I
Why are you?
asked you a question.
If you
Why are you
overtalk
asking
me
a
again,
question?
yeah. So because
I
I know how
overtalked you
dishonest.
again. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
there
gonna
you go.
threaten me now.
I know how dishonest people like you are, so I have to ask you a question to make sure that we actually agree on
You made a
terms.
statement. You have to back up your claim. You said something about Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand it.
and
So
I
don't
know
ask me a
what's going.
question.
Yeah, so I know what's going to happen is you're going to try to weasel out of it in some way. So we need to, before we get
So you're
there, we need
scared
to.
because you have no argument. I'm not
No,
afraid.
you're scared because you are
All you have to
refusing
do
to
is
engage
explain
with
to me
this.
the Sodom and Gomorrah story
Yeah,
and
and
the
I'm gonna.
angels or whatever it is that you want to do. So
So
explain that to
before
me.
we do that, you need to answer the
I'm not going
question.
to answer
If
your
I
questions.
need to, because you're scared. Yeah. So I'll just do it for you. That's fine. I don't need you. If I need to open a box before, or if I need to open a box to find out what's in it, then I cannot say that before I opened the box, I possessed all knowledge because I don't even know what's in the box. Everybody, all the people watching this know that that's exactly how that works. Bart, you know that that's exactly how that works. So the God you believe in apparently possesses all knowledge. Do you think that that's false?
You know what a narrative is?
So I'm talking to Bart, so I don't care whatever you have to say.
No, you
Oh,
guys are allowed
Art.
to. He's allowed to speak for me also because you have Taco speaking for you and all this other stuff. Of course we can.
No, that actually hasn't happened. So is your God omniscient? Does it know all?
You're supposed to be explaining the Sodom and Gomorrah story to me. That's it. No questions.
That's not how it's going to work, and I don't know what makes you think it's going to go any other way. So is
So
your
then you don't
God
have an argument.
all-knowing?
This is no
Is
argument.
your
then.
God
An argument is not a
all-knowing?
question.
Yeah, I'd be scared if I were you
Barthologist?
too.
Sorry, Barthologist, please stop trying to operate how things run here. Just converse, please.
Is your God all-knowing?
Right. Well, I don't hold that the three omniproperties, if that's where you're heading, are logically consistent. So I don't believe that the God is omnibenevolent. Does that solve a problem for you?
Not even remotely, because we're not talking about benevolence.
Okay, well, in that case, I will go, yes, God is omniscient for the sake of your argument, which I'm happy to hear. I'm
Great.
interested as to why you think
So,
I'm falsifying. Come on.
God does not have to open a box to find out what's in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then the Lord said, the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, and their sin is so grievous, that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know. He doesn't know. He has to go and see for himself. He has to open the
Oh,
box.
I have other parts of the Bible that say very similar things.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so
Christian God doesn't exist.
Like I said, the narrative of that, because I think that the Old Testament is a mythological history. It's expressing things
so
in
God
terms
didn't
of
create
aesthetic, literary device. That's what I think they are. So whilst you say God doesn't know something, that's the story of the evolution of how it happened, not exactly as it happened.
Great. So now we can't trust anything in the Bible because we have no way of parsing out what really happened versus what didn't really happen.
Well, you kind of do, yeah.
And that is...
It takes more than just the Bible for a start.
Yeah, that is precisely the question that I asked you.
Okay, well, this refers to I have personal experience of the entity. Now, you can call me crazy, I don't mind, but that is just the way that it is.
Yeah, anybody can claim that.
I know they can, yeah. But it becomes
Okay.
very clear when people see that.
Well, it makes your belief not special in any way, because I can just say Spanky revealed to me.
Did I say it was? There's nothing special. Do you think?
Again, you're getting offended. I'm just telling you that this
Why?
is the way
Sorry,
it is.
you're passively aggressive. Why are you passively aggressive?
I don't answer stupid questions. Sorry.
Neither do I.
Okay. So, Bart, your God is not all-knowing. There we go.
Well, she said it was, so.
I don't know. I don't know why
about
you're
Bart.
asking me this question. You read the story inside of the Lord. There must be something about it you believe in order for you to have some sort of, come to some sort of conclusion with it. So you said that you're in a vegetative state, and the person in the vegetative state cannot read the story. This way, you and the person in the vegetative state are not the same. And that was the crux of my argument. So you and the vegetative state are not the same. You can read the story. The person in the vegetative state cannot. This way, your argument is flawed. Thank you very much.
You're being deliberately obtuse. So comparing me to a person in a
your
vegetative
argument doesn't
state
follow.
has... Wow, you're talking over me.
You made a statement about the vegetative state. And that was my main thing having a conversation with you.
So, me talking about a person in a vegetative state has nothing to do with what they are physically able to do with their body. Every idiot gets that. It has to do with what kinds of beliefs that they have. They don't believe in a God. I don't believe in a God. We're both atheists.
Yeah, the person in the vegetative
what they
state
do.
cannot read Genesis 19 or Judges 19, which is the same story. They can't read the
Neither
story.
could a Native
So
American living
why is he
1,000 years
over-talking me?
ago.
He just what? Come on, guys, do some moderation right there. That's just being rude. You and the person in the vegetative state obviously are not the same because the person in the vegetative state
We have the same
cannot read
beliefs.
Why is this guy doing this?
Because you're being an idiot.
Why is he
You
not just calling
always
names again?
you keep diverting
I
to
can't-
something that has
can't understand
nothing
this.
to do with what we're talking about.
It's impossible to have a nice conversation.
Because you're not talking about the meat of the conversation. So forget the
Yes.
vegetative state because you're
Well, then
incapable
that just is a
of
nonsensical
understanding it.
statement. That's what I
A
was trying to
Native
prove the whole
American
time.
living 1,000 years ago also is incapable of reading Genesis, aren't they?
Yeah, but they could still experience God.
Do they
He's
believe in the
transcendent.
Christian God?
He transcends through all human history.
Do you believe? So do you just believe that everybody is born believing in the Christian God?
That was never my argument. That was your argument. I never said
That's not
any of those
that's not my
things.
argument. I asked you the question.
You said that a person that's born in a vegetative state is the same as someone even atheist. And you've proven that right now with your argument that is not the case.
I can't. I cannot believe that you take yourself seriously to any degree, and you would say stuff like that.
I can't believe that you would
He
call that
doesn't
an
get
argument.
it, so somebody else can talk to him. He's literally incapable of understanding that I'm talking about that they don't have a belief. So,
Well, there's other ways to say that. the way you said it just didn't make any sense. And I just explained
No, it
why it
does
doesn't
make
make any
sense.
sense to you.
Your inability to understand it is not my problem.
So what is it about you and the person in the vegetative state that's the same?
I've explained it 20 times. I'm not explaining it 21 times. I don't care if I can't get across to you because I'm doing this. This is for people to listen to the ideas. And people with sound minds will be able to understand that you just have completely failed to even try to understand or engage with this. And so my job here is done.
Yeah.
And I have to go move my
Just
sprinkler
mute
real
up when
quick,
I'm
so I won't hear
when I'm
anything
on
you say
stage.
for the next 20
You
seconds.
should just mute up when I'm on stage. Thank you very much.
Well, no, God doesn't exist anymore. What am I going to do?
Live a normal life.
Welcome to atheism, brothers.
No, thank you. You just so you appeal to normative states, normativity in society.
I think normativity is rather difficult to avoid.
Well, yeah. However,
It's abnormal, literally.
I see a problem here with the subjective morality and normativity, or even if you want to try and call it objective in normativity. It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
Okay, so we can talk about society and the damage that's been inflicted on societies. A lot of it's been done in the name of religion, it turns out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, some of it been done in the name of Nazis, fascism, communism. We're not special. I'm not asking for any kind of special pleading privileges here to say that we're not shit too. Yeah.
And
Why is it all?
fascism is an example of right-wing Christianity. Yes.
What's right-wing Christianity?
People taking it to the political right, the conservative side. There is Christian extremism is probably the term I should have used more, but that was definitely the Nazi Party. They were definitely Christian. They were definitely right wing. They
Wow.
were definitely extremists.
Wow. None of those people
Yeah,
were
it was based on the word of God, dude.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
were
know
never
that.
Christians.
I'm not inside all of their heads, but it's a kind of existential pruning fallacy if you pull every member of the German army out and go, they were Christian, therefore Nazi, therefore, yeah. I don't think
I
you can
didn't
do
say
that.
any of that. So
Yeah,
what is it you guys?
You've
What is it
popped
you
a
guys
group of
would
people into
seriously like to
existence and
discuss
trimmed
here?
down the ones that you don't want.
So now my understanding is Barthologist wanted to bring you on to team up with him. So what is it you guys wanted to discuss here? Or
Well,
should we
So
just
you
move on to our next
just
guest?
realize
Conversation,
just
dude, yeah.
yeah, conversation. Conversation you guys cannot attain. Because you're just coming up with these like foolish sort of rhetoric
You've
points.
never
Like
seen the online.
What? No.
Okay, I think I've had enough of them. They're just. Let's move on to our next guest and actually have an intelligent conversation here.
Well, thank you for coming up, Bart and LSF.
Welcome, Captain Coyote. How are you doing? We should have brought you up earlier, I think. Thank you for joining us, sir. Hello? Well, Captain Coyote works on his microphone issues. Planet Peterson, did you want to clarify anything that you weren't able to get a word in on that previous conversation?
No, everything I said was extremely clear and really easy to understand.
Yeah. I don't know how they misconstrued that as you being in a vegetative state.
Because they knew they couldn't. Because they knew it was true and they knew there was nothing they could do about it. So then he just had to say, so what about you being able to move your arms or legs makes you the same as being deliberately stupid?
And did you see how he kept trying to discredit me by saying that I was running atheist presup instead of just acknowledging that the points that I was making were points that I was making that were unrelated to atheist presup? And even if he was mentioning atheist presup, that's like having a doctorate. You should be very respectful. You should be like, that taco guy, bro, you got some good stuff going on, right? Not like using it to try to down talk to somebody. It's not like it's Christian presuppositional apologetics where you have no foundation for knowledge or reason.
Yeah. Hey, CaptainCoyote, your volume seemed very low. Are you able to get things sorted out, audio-wise? I think what I'll do is I'll put CaptainCoyote back into the audience and Taco, do you want to bring up another guest?
We'll pull up Luke
Probably
next.
Luke.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Luke. How are you? Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind, sir?
It's about the comments of Peterson. Let me check. I can see there. My name is Luke. Hi. I was listening to the conversation earlier. I agree with you. It was a little bit one-sided or disconstruct. So there is these two claims of Peterson. One is the person in a vegetative state doesn't believe in God. How do you know that? Or what makes you think that? And the other one is the Christian God cannot possibly exist. I guess I understood from the explanation of all-knowing. Are all Christian God all-knowing? The way you you describe it. Those are the two questions I wanted to talk about.
Sure. So, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that a person born in a complete vegetative state, because they don't seem to have, in any way, I don't think how you could justify a claim that they have a mental experience about the outside world, how they could therefore form any kinds of beliefs about gods or anything like that. You would just have to argue that everybody is born believing in God, and I don't see how that could possibly be a justified claim in any way. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say that a person born in that state probably doesn't believe in a hyper-specific esoteric Christian God as supposedly revealed in the Bible.
Right. So let me check the argument from ignorance. Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like your argument, the reason why you believe a person in vegetative state doesn't believe in God, is not an argument from ignorance, or is an argument from ignorance?
I don't think it really is, because the only way, the only way we know that people can ever form beliefs is by having an experience with the world, like with the external world, I guess. And
yes,
person.
I'm sorry.
Can you provide like an example of, or a counterexample
of what? I'm talking about ignorance.
People.
So here's the thing. I say I don't know if a person in a vegetative state doesn't believe in God or do believe in God. You claim you do know. So I'm wondering, how can you say that? Is it an argument for ignorance, or is it something that you really know, or just saying whatever you feel is good based on your
I don't know what you
feeling
mean.
or
I don't know what you mean by no. What I'm saying is it's a reasonable belief. I didn't say that I know this with absolute certainty or anything like that.
Yeah.
And it's predicated on the, like, I simply cannot think of a single example of somebody being able to form a belief about something that they have like literally no concept of. Like, could you get a blind person? So hold on, I can give you an example. Do you think it would be possible to get a person who's been blind since they were born to be able to see the color red in their imagination?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because I tried and it didn't happen. I wasn't able to do it. That's why.
You've talked
I've met
to blind people and tried to
to make them to see if they were able to see color,
but you know
there, and there's nothing to to say, okay, the red doesn't have another sense than the color itself, the eyes or the pixels or whatever. So if there was red, the red of the heat, something in that is in heat, yes, those red, they can say, okay, this one is red, this one is not red, because they can feel it's hot and the other one is not hot. So they will say, oh, this one is red if they touch it, not because I will not ask them to see it. So this is how I know. You say, I simply cannot think. You keep repeating, I simply cannot think of, and then an instance where someone would believe in God. The fact, this is your argument. And this argument, for me, is an argument from ignorance. If you can't think of something, it doesn't mean it is an argument. You understand what I mean, Peterson?
That doesn't mean that it's not an argument. It detracts from perhaps the validity of the argument. But if you engage in a logical fallacy like affirming the consequent, it doesn't mean that what you're saying is false. It just means it doesn't necessarily follow. So, do you know what the content of a blind person's mind is? Because I don't think you do.
Correct. I don't.
Okay, so, well, you don't know that they don't actually see red then.
They told me so.
Yeah, but you don't know the content of their mind. And they don't know what you see when you see red because they don't have access to your mind either. And you don't know what they're seeing in their mind's eye. So
do they know what they're seeing?
I'd have to sit here and think about it for a little bit and parse this out. But I could say that you're making an argument from ignorance that blind people can't see red either, because you're just going to say I can't figure out a way in order to prove that they're not, therefore they aren't. And they just say that they're not, but they don't even know what your idea of red is supposed to be in the first place. So the way a blind person can't see red is the exact same type of logic and reasoning behind why I don't think a person born in a vegetative state can have a very specific belief about the Christian God. You can call it an argument from ignorance if you want, but I don't think it's as unreasonable as I think you're trying to make it sound.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not saying that arguments from ignorance are unreasonable. I'm just pointing out that this claim that you told, and you talked about this guy before, it's just a feeling that you have something that is not based on anything. It's nothing that you know. There is no knowledge. It's just something that you feel is true, but there is no arguments per se. There are arguments from ignorance, but there are still arguments. Arguments from ignorance are still arguments. We have to agree on that, and we have to agree that it is a feeling that what we see is one of those feelings. The senses are feelings. The touch, the taste, sorry, I'm French. Sorry, I'm missing some words, but you understand what I mean? It's like, yeah, we could say that, but we could say for with the same certitude that he does believe in God, which means no certitude at all. If someone were to ask me, does he believe in God, I would say, well, based on what I have from this person, because he's in a vegetative state, I don't know. If he wakes up and then tells me what happened when he was in a vegetative state, then I will have an argument to say he did believe in God when he was in the vegetative state. That's the only thing
that's great.
that would allow me to say he was able to believe in God when he was in a vegetative state, if he wakes up. And there has been people who woke up, right?
I'm not aware of any people. Well, not that have been in that condition since birth. I'm not aware of any of those.
Oh, okay. So the vegetative state is not. It's not a coma. It's not the same thing.
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm sorry. For me, in French, I guess the translation is similar. But you're saying, when you say a person in vegetative state doesn't believe in God, you're talking about someone who was born like that?
Yes, born that way, yes.
Oh,
that was a very key part of it. Oh, yeah, it happens. They're,
And they
they're
never
very,
wake up?
yeah, it happens. I couldn't give you the names of any of these conditions,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
no,
mean,
that's okay.
there are people that are just
Yeah.
born. So, as an example, like
Yeah.
when Europeans started coming to the Americas, they were shocked that none of the people they ever ran into had heard of the Christian God before. And to me, that tells me that our beliefs are informed by experiences. And so the person born in the vegetative state, I don't think it's reasonable to conclude that they're going to have a belief about the Christian God. So, or I don't think they would have a belief about any kind of God because I don't think they would have any beliefs. That doesn't mean their brains don't work. Their brains work because their bodies work. They just can't do as many things as you or I do. The only thing you can do at that point is just to say that everybody is born knowing that God exists, which is a very common presuppositionalist trope.
Let's try this thought experiment. If someone were born in this such a state, and then were to wake up, and then were to learn English, because I guess he would have to learn, and then he would tell you, "Yes, I had this belief in God. Why I was young, when I was young, before I woke up." Would that change your mind, or would you still hold the belief that he didn't have a belief in God?
Yeah, that would be incredibly shocking if that happened. So I don't know. That would probably put doubts into my agnosticism and atheism.
Okay, cool. So
I don't have a lot of time.
More.
Could we get to that second thing you brought up? Oh, it was about Genesis 18.
Yes, Christian God cannot possibly exist. So logically exist. It's the second argument. The second thing that you said, I was wondering what you meant. Well, you explained to him with the example of Sodom and Gomorrah, I think, or some kind of story in the Bible, and I'm like, yeah, but how do you know? Yeah, how do you know that this is the God? That this is the Christian God? Why would you equate or say that this God that has to go to the city to see is this God, the same God that the Christian God believe in? How do you know that?
Well, because it's in the Christian Bible.
Yeah. Not why. How? How did you get the information? How did you know that it was the same God?
I don't see how there could possibly be any other reasonable interpretation of that.
Well, he said, I don't know this name, but he said there are mythical stories.
Yeah, but I mean, it says the Lord said, and then it goes on from there.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, maybe it's a language barrier, but what I'm hearing you say is, how do I know that the person that went to Sodom and Gomorrah was actually the Christian God? How do I know it wasn't somebody else? That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Like a mythical creature. Yeah.
Because the text says
called the Lord.
Then because the text says, then the Lord said. I mean, every time the Lord is used in the Bible, it's referring to God. No, I don't even think that this story happened. It's just that if the Christian God does exist, then obviously it can't be omnipotent, omniscient. So the particular God that those two yakkadoodles in here earlier believe in obviously doesn't exist, but maybe their idea of the Christian God is wrong. Now, they don't think that's possible, but it's obviously possible.
Yeah. We are not talking about possibility. We are talking about what is true, a claim. The Christian God cannot possibly logically exist. This is the claim that you have. And the argument that you use is an argument using an example of the Bible. And my question is, how do you know how? Do you know that the God that you say went to the city is the same God than the Christian God. And you say, well, it says the Lord. And every time it says the Lord, they are talking about the Christian God. Am I correct? Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So my question is still the same. How do you know that every time they say the Lord, they are talking about the Christian God? How did you get this information?
I don't know what else I could possibly say here. I cannot think. Again, you're saying no, and I'm telling you when I say no, it's, which I didn't even say the word no, but it means like, how is this a justified rational belief? I mean, if we're just gonna say, I honestly, I don't know. Somebody else is gonna have to come in here because I don't know what to say.
Okay.
Like, yeah, maybe it wasn't God, but now all of a sudden we can't trust anything that's in the Bible.
Let me give you examples of answers I'm looking for. Was it your mother who told me that the God in the Bible is whenever in the Bible they say the Lord, they mean the Christian God? Was it your friend who you trust?
No,
who
I read it. I just read it.
So you read a book about who the Christian God is, and in this book, the author of the book said the Lord is the Christian God. Am I correct?
I think so.
What makes you doubt?
I'm pretty sure that I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
Okay.
When it talks about the Lord or God in the Bible, it's talking about the Christian God. I don't see how you could possibly come to any other conclusion.
Again, I don't think how you cannot possibly think it's argument from ignorance. So please refrain to say that. But yeah, I understand that you don't know how otherwise it could be otherwise. There are solutions for other reasons why it is not the same God. You know how it could be a different God than the Christian God. You have this. I don't know how old you are, Peterson, but you sound old.
I just cannot fathom how you would read the Christian Bible and then just assume when it's talking about God, maybe it's talking about not God. That's completely unreasonable. And if that's the case, then we can't trust any single thing that's in the Bible. Maybe God didn't do anything, or maybe the things that God is said to have done were done by something else, and they're actually wicked things. And we're just all fooled into thinking that they are good things because we think God did it. I don't understand, like, to call this an argument from ignorance because I'm making the inference to the best conclusion that the character in the Bible called God is the actual God that the Bible is talking about is just is banana crackers to me.
It is crazy to think that. So when you say I cannot simply think of something else, and I present you something else, you say this thing I cannot think of it.
That's not an argument from ignorance, dude.
Okay,
I don't know what to
you
tell
could
you.
think of it. We agree that it is something that you can think of. You could think that's the
but
God.
It's not reasonable.
When it says the Lord in the Bible, they are not talking about the Christian God. And if they are not talking about the Christian God, then they are saying of the Christian God cannot possibly reasonably exist. It doesn't hold anymore. Do we agree? If.
Sure.
Do we agree? Cool. Great. So now what we have to do is prove that the Christian God is the Lord as described in the Old Testament. How do you prove that?
How do I prove that the God in the Bible? How do I prove that when the Bible says Lord, they're talking about the God that we think they're
Christian
talking
God.
about?
Again, I'm using the claim the Christian God cannot possibly
Simply an inference.
exist. So what?
It's simply an inference that you have to make. I mean, for crying out loud, let's just take literally every single literary work ever produced and just say that whenever it says this character, we don't know if it's actually them. You just have to presuppose that or make that inference.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, like,
Richardson,
where are we going with this? This is so weird.
Something that is illogical, you have to have things that do exist, right? And when you, if the God, the Lord, let's take two different names. So if the Lord is not God, right? Let's use two different ways to spell the same thing. So if the Lord is not God, then the Lord can be not real and do not exist, and God could still exist, and then therefore you will not have the impossibility that you talked about in your claim.
If the God that's being talked about in the Bible is not the God of the Bible, then the God of the Bible could still possibly exist. Sure. This is so odd.
So it is based on the question I asked before. How did you know
that the God in the Bible is the same God than the Christian God? So when you answer this and you say, well, this is what I read in a book, and I trust the person who wrote this book to not lie to me and gave me the correct answer, the correct the God in the Old Testament is the God is the Christian God, and that's the truth. But you could be wrong, and if you're wrong on that, you're wrong in your claim that Christian God cannot possibly exist, possibly logically. I have to type this one up. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But that's what I wanted to point out. You need to prove that the God of the Old Testament is, I'm a Christian, and I can tell you that it is not. And then you're wrong in claiming that God cannot possibly logically exist. That's it. That's what I wanted to say.
That's so sophomoric and just ridiculous. Why don't I just claim that? Well, you don't. If okay, I can make this exact same argument. Luke, just stop. If I could take this exact same argument and then tell you, hey, you don't know that every single time that God is mentioned in the Bible, that they're not actually talking about something else, which would mean that the Christian God doesn't exist, because the whole time they were just making it up and it's actually something completely different.
So, you want to say that?
I could make that exact same argument, and it would hold as much water. It would hold as much water as a colander.
Let me type it out, and let me show you how you're wrong in what you just said. Do you want to try this?
How do you know that the God in the Christian Bible is? How do you know that the God in the Christian Bible wasn't just made up?
The reason why you cannot
this is too stupid to entertain, and I have to do my own live stream in 13 minutes.
All right,
so I'm not doing
it.
It
is stupid.
Taco or Randolph, you guys can take this. This is
stupid. We're actually coming pretty close to the end of the show here.
All right.
That's a good idea to call the guy who
we need
just
to
proved
probably
wrong.
close things down here.
Your argument was, if the God of the Bible in this one story wasn't the God of the Bible, then there would be no problem with the story or the claim or whatever. Okay, what if every iteration of the God of the Bible isn't actually the God of the Bible? Then the God of the Bible doesn't even exist in the first place. It's the exact same thing.
So, your understanding of the God of the Bible is incorrect. Do you want to take time to correct it, or do you need to go to do your live? That's the question I asked. You said, I have a live to do in a few minutes, and this show is going to an end, so we're going to stop here, and then I will educate you on the subject and another time. Thank you very much.
Because because your
Holy
argument.
cow, arrogance.
I'm not the idiot, am I? Because that was one of the most
No.
unbelievable lines of rhetoric I've ever seen in my life.
No, he said he's going to educate you. I had somebody a long time ago said they're going to educate me on something, and then it never materialized. So that'll be my guess with this one. Oh boy.
If the God in that story isn't really the God that I believe in, then there's no problem. Okay, what if the God you believe in is never actually talked about in any of these stories? Then then none of the things you believe about your God are real. It's the exact same thing. Like I said, it holds that argument holds
He's
as much
an
water as a tennis racket.
agnostic. That argument means he's an agnostic. He doesn't know if his God exists.
That's a good catch. Thank you, Planet Peterson. He just disappeared. I guess he got disconnected abruptly there. Oh, he just didn't get a chance to say goodbye. And we're going to shut down soon, but I want to give Captain Coyote another shot before we get going here. Hello, Captain Coyote. How are you? Did you get your audio sorted out? And I think there's one more person who wants to really get up here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can. We'll try to get one more after you as well.
Okay. Hey, sorry about that. Thanks for having me on. I just want to go over a verse in the Bible, Isaiah 14:31, and it's also quite political at this time. But I just want to come at it from the point of just the probability of this verse being, accurate and not being connected with God, quote unquote God. And so I'm going to read it real quick. It says, "Howl, O gate, cry, O city, thou whole Palestina art dissolved, for there shall come from the north a smoke, and none shall be alone at his appointed times." So we know the gate. We've seen it. The barrier between say Gaza City and Israel and the area of the Palestinians, and it refers to city as the whole of Palestina, which is quite accurate in terms of geographic and size. And the
It's
word
more for
Palestina,
God claims and ghosts and goblins and demons. So is this going to go in a political direction? Because this isn't really a political show.
well, it's political, but it's also prophecy, and that's kind of the angle where I'm coming from is the probability of the prophecy, and how easily can it be actually dismissed. The word Palestine at the time of Isaiah wasn't even coined. It wasn't even a known entity at that time of Isaiah. It would have been, the Philistines or the Amalekites or the Canaanites. So that's my presentation.
Oh, okay. And what is the main gist of the point you're trying to make? Like, you're saying it's not connected with God, and
No, I'm saying it's prophecy that is connected to God, and the fact that we have the it says gate, the city, which is describing the whole quote unquote Palestinian state or nation, and of course what we're seeing now is the art dissolved, which means that there's not going to be a two-state solution, which will ultimately be the test of whether or not this verse is true or whether God is true or not.
okay.
And
So
what the
basically,
probabilities.
okay. So it sounds like this is political. The war between Israel and Palestine has been going on for about 80 years. People are dying left, right, and center on both sides. Environmental pollution is probably wreaking havoc for our whole planet. I think it's in the world's best interest, the whole world, for this war to end. I agree that after 80 years of war, it doesn't look like there's going to be a solution that's going to be one state. Or if there is, it's going to require an awful lot more killing, kind of a genocidal kind of lump.
He's saying he thinks it's a prophecy from the
Yeah,
Bible.
I was getting to that. So the biblical prophecies, if it was prophetic, why does it say 80 years into this it's going to happen, or it doesn't mention the length of the war? Then it's kind of missing the specificity. I know there are religious elements to that war as well. I just want it to end for both sides so that they can get on to normal life and stop killing people, stop injuring people, maiming them permanently, and all this other stuff. Like Taco said, this is not really a political focus here, so we should
Well, with
probably
prophecy,
move on.
even there's too much going on there to be just say prophecy, right? I mean,
Exactly,
it
yeah.
could be the impacts of war. It could be because by prophecy, he's implying that like a god's doing it and all this. It could be people pushing to fulfill a biblical prophecy, right? It could be, or it could be just the natural occurrence of what's going on with this conflict, right? But I don't even know how you could go about, because you're just saying, yeah, this says this, but this is like 2,000 years later with internet and global Christianity and global Islam and global Judaism, right? And all this is readily available for anybody to pull up online or read in the Bible. There's no information being hidden. Like, I don't know how you could even deem that would be a prophecy, right? It's just like, yeah, the book says this, right? But the Quran says that something about the tallest building or something, and that was done in Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, right? So did that prophecy that was fulfilled in the Quran does that mean the Quran's correct? Filling that prophecy with modern technology, or the greening of this, I think it's the greening of the Sahara Desert that was mentioned in the Quran, if I'm not mistaken, where the Sahara Desert is getting more green through both natural and human influence. Like, does that mean the Quran is correct?
I'm not aware of those being in the Quran, and I'm pretty familiar.
They are, though. That's why I'm bringing it up, because those are prophecies that were fulfilled or are in progress of being filled in the Quran, right?
No, I'm not aware of those being in the
so
Quran.
those are prophecies from the Quran.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty familiar with the Quran, and I'm not aware of anything like, the tallest building.
I'm telling you, those are prophecies from the Quran that were completed or in progress of being completed.
There's not a whole heck of a lot of prophecies in the Quran that don't pertain to, say, heaven and hell.
Well, those were prophecies, and they were filled, or are being completed, and they're not related to heaven or hell.
In fairness to you, I believe that the God of the Bible is the same God of the Quran. So, like, to argue this with me is it's not going to prove anything, or it's not going to.
You think Muslim is a prophet, or you think Muhammad is a prophet?
Yes, I do.
Are you an Abrahamist or whatever they're called?
Oh, well, I mean, I am, like, if you knew me on YouTube, I am the freak. I believe Muhammad was a true messenger of God. I believe the Quran is the word of God. The Hadith is, I consider hearsay, and I discard those pretty much outright. But, to me, Muhammad was a born-again Christian, and he was actually spreading the gospel to the pagan Arabs. So how freaky is that? But anyway, getting back to just what I brought up here, I'm just saying, what's the probability of this verse? This is just one verse being, accurate today, and the prophecy being connected to God, and the probability of it being accurate, and the disconnect.
Given the fact that every major civilization has fallen for the most part at some point, wouldn't you think it would be pretty likely that at some point that boundary would break?
Well, yeah, but Palestine or whatever, Palestine.
Isn't that boundary broken a bunch of times already?
For this particular nation, I would say no, because it was never really formed or an official, quote unquote.
I mean, there's a bunch of nations that have owned Israel, if I'm not mistaken, over the years, right?
There's been what?
Hasn't there been a bunch of nations that have owned Israel over the years?
Well, they were scattered to a bunch of to the nations among the earth, but when it
I'm
comes
gonna Google
to
this. I'm gonna Google
when
this.
it comes to the label of Palestine or the Palestinian people or whatever, that was given by the Romans after the conquest of Jerusalem and the destroying of the exile of the Jews from Israel again. So, and then you got to remember at the time that Isaiah made this prophecy, which, we believe was given to him by God, was before this whole Palestine, this whole Palestinians was even coined or even mentioned. It was definitely not something that existed at that time.
Yeah, both of
And
those
then when
countries have been owned by lots and lots of countries. This is nothing new.
Yeah, but when it's talking about Palestine, Palestina, that's something that didn't exist at the time of Isaiah whatsoever. It would have been a whole different group of peoples. So just that, plus you combine the gate and the city of the whole Palestina, and it's being dissolved. I mean, there's got to be some. What are the chances? What are the odds of that? All coming to fruition in just one verse. It's pretty
I think you're
extraordinary.
just trying to fulfill a prophecy that might not be something fulfilling a prophecy, right? I don't think this is very convincing.
All right. Well, that's my presentation. I hope someone considers it up there.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks for coming up, Coyote. Have a good one, man.
Thanks a lot, man.
Love you guys.
We got one more, and then we're gonna call it. I'm gonna go do other stuff.
I think what I'll do while we're closing down, we'll have walk around for the close down. But we're trying to bring up this other person here. Hello, let's ask the shrub. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing? What's on your mind?
Hey, it's great to see you when you're not driving. This is fantastic. You can.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of
I've always been
people-
concerned that I might cause you to be in a pileup and an untimely death, and that was always weighed heavily on me. So it's great to see you when you're just stationary and safe. So
Yeah, so
anyways,
just so people know, when I'm on Discord, I'm often on the road, so I'm chatting with people while I'm on the road, and so this is how this gentleman knows me, is remembering. I think you've been on this show before, though, haven't you?
maybe a while ago. I think
Yeah,
TJump was here or something. I don't know. But,
yeah, I think so.
Anyway,
So
but
what's on your
everybody's
mind,
doing well.
sir?
So
Yeah, so what's on your mind, sir?
I came up with a concept to share. You could call it a personal leadership concept, and it's one of those catchy little phrases you can remember. And you might find it to be scientifically true as well. And it goes something like this: that inspiration leads to perspiration, and perspiration leads to accumulation and copulation, which are wonderful things. So be careful and
Sorry,
covet your
you
inspiration.
broke up. Could you repeat it again? I apologize.
Oh, hold on. I said inspiration leads to perspiration, and perspiration leads to accumulation and copulation. And these are wonderful things. So guard and covet your inspirations.
And so guard and covet your inspiration. So what do you mean by all this?
No, if you find inspiration in something, you should hold it dear, because inspiration could lead to wonderful things in your life.
Okay. Do you think this somehow helps to prove God, or is this just an idea you wanted to get out there?
Well, I think it's a separate idea. I don't know that it proves or disproves God, but if you were to run to someone who has an irrational inspiration, but it's working for them and they're doing good with it, they're spinning their wheels in a positive direction, they're building their life.
For now,
Be careful kicking that out from someone.
Oh yeah. I like to encourage people to think, and I think it's good that you're coming up with this. I've made a note of what you said, put it into the YouTube description, so you've got a reference you can point to if you ever need it to say, "Hey, I presented this here on this day." So,
Cool. Maybe it will grow and it will become a popular phrase. But just remember, inspiration leads to perspiration, and perspiration leads to accumulation and copulation. And these are glorious things.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And I forgot, are you an atheist or a theist?
Oh, I'm a modern Christian.
Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah. We've had some good conversations, and I appreciate that. So
No
really
problem.
appreciate you coming on. I'm sorry we're short on time because we do need to
Hey,
close
have a
down the show.
wonderful day. You bet.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. I'm glad we were able to get you on.
It's worth
Appreciate you
noting
coming up.
that a slippery slope involves an acceptance of a succession of events without direct evidence that this course of events will actually happen. So we all want to take into account the fact there was no actual display that those events would be the case, which makes it a slippery slope argument. It's not going to be very pithy if it can be shot down by basic logic.
Oh, yeah. Whose argument were you referring to?
That whole inspiration, perspiration, copulation thing. That by
Oh.
definition these are connected terms that aren't connected. So it becomes a slippery slope by definition. They do not lead one to the other. So you can't make the claim that it has to be memorable in some way.
Walker, it's great to have you back. We're about to close down the show. I really appreciate your commentary throughout the show today. I just wanted to give everyone a chance to share their final thoughts. Why don't we start with you, Walker? What are your final thoughts on today's show? Was there anything that really stood out to you that you found of interest?
There was a lot of mistakes that people were making with regards to their definitions, because we all sort of have to share a common vernacular for having these conversations. It's kind of the first trust that we give when we enter into a conversation, is that we're all going to at least attempt to speak the same common tongue. And so if people are deviating from common terminologies, then they're the ones that have to step back onto the path so that everybody knows what they're talking about. So if you have a personal esoteric definition of God that doesn't include the idea that the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament are the same, you have to accept that you are fringe. You have to accept that you are on the outskirts of theology, because the established school of thought is that they are the same deity. And so it doesn't make any sense for someone to come along and say, the story that's written about God and his qualities and characteristics doesn't count because I think God should be defined differently. Well, that we're not, you are taking your feelings too important. You think the way you feel matters too much, because if there's an established story, your feelings don't matter to that. That becomes something we can all look at and compare notes about. God is defined as omnipresent. He's defined as all-knowing. He's defined as all-powerful. These shouldn't be issues that need to be like defend the fact that when it says Lord in the Bible, it's talking about God. It's like, no, that's an established fact already. You have to try to justify why your definition doesn't follow what nominal Christianity implies, or even the God of classical theism. In theology, that's a very useful thing to do. Know what the qualities and characteristics are for the God of classical theism, because that applies to Judaism, to Islam, to Christianity. It basically gives us common ground where we can actually have successful conversations instead of trolls playing word games. It's really intellectually dishonest for them to do that.
That seems to happen quite a bit. Taco, would you like to say anything, even talk a bit about your presuppositional apologetics for atheism that did come up in the show, or something else? What was the highlight for you today?
Yeah, I'd just say that it's another day of people just rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way, because they want sin and evil to exist outside of a conceptual nature. I'm getting real tired of this. I just want somebody to approach us with intellectual honesty and integrity about the position that they hold.
Fantastic. IX, did you have anything to cover? And then I'm going to show a picture of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that was signed by our Prime Minister. Go ahead, IX. Maybe IX is busy, so what I'll do is just turn on my camera for a sec here. So this is a big highlight for me. This is our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's from our Constitution. And this is the part where Justin Trudeau, our Prime Minister of Canada, signed this personally to me. It says, "For Randall, with all my best, Justin Trudeau." This, to me, is a fantastic honor. And I am just so floored, so delighted to have this. Turns out I was talking to somebody I know, have known for quite a long time, and he actually has a charter signed from Justin Trudeau's dad, Pierre Trudeau. So that's pretty cool. Like, to me, this is a big honor. So, especially given the activism I work in. So, the activism I work on is with the Canadian atheists, and so part of what we're doing is all in line with these charter rights that protect people's freedoms to believe or not believe, to say what they want to say, to have freedom of bodily autonomy and things like that, democratic rights, the list goes on. So anyway, with that, I'm just wondering one more time if IX is listening, has anything he wants to say before we go. Any final thoughts? I guess IX is not available. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Really greatly appreciated it. Please do see our sponsors. The main one to make sure you get connected with is the Politics Discord, who provide us this wonderful stage and wonderful audience to converse with. I feel like the conversations today generally went really, really well. Most of them went excellent. And look forward to more of these in the future. Remember, we're on the first Sunday of every month. You can find out more about us at our website at www.theisthelpline.com. And then, of course, our sponsors, Politics Discord, is at www.discord.gg/politics. Big thank you to them again, and also Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. To find out more about our hosts, just take a look at the About Us section on the website at theisthelpline.com, and you can find everybody's links to websites and whatnot there. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and have a wonderful day. Take care.
Thank you, everybody.